Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Wednesday, May 30th, 2007. We are in the John Ferraro Memorial Council Chambers in room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. If I can ask the Sergeant at Arms assistance in getting everybody in their seats and people can wind up their conversation so we can begin our meeting. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Council President Eric Garcetti, joined by Council Members Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Huizar, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Weiss, and Zine. We do have a quorum here. We're broadcast live on Channel 35, and we welcome our viewers, broadcast live and then rebroadcast each evening. Our agendas are available online at lacity.org, here in Council Chambers, and also through the City Clerk's office. And on those agendas, you will see some items that are called for public hearings. If you'd like to be heard on those, please fill out a speaker card in the back and give them to one of the sergeants at arms, and we'll be happy to hear your testimony, as well as for our section of general public comment, which is for items not on our agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. We're also available online through webcast video at lacity.org, and also you can pull down past council meetings as well at our city's homepage. And finally, you can use Council Phone, which is a service of the city at 213-621-CITY to listen into the hearings of any of our committees or the full council as well. We do have a quorum, so with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Huizar, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of minutes.
Mr. Smith moves and Mr. Reyes seconds. Without objections, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zine moves and Ms. Gruhl seconds. Without objection, those two will be approved. We can run through the agenda next, please. First items.
Item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. It is a finding of public convenience or necessity in Council District 6. The recommendation for council action is to grant the application. A motion is required.
Okay. We do not have any speaker cards on item 1, so we will open and close the public hearing. Mr. Cardenas, this requires a motion. Did you want to support the application and make the motion?
Tony?
This item number 1 is in Council District 6. Would you like to make the motion to support the determination?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we support.
Mr. Cardenas moves. I'll second that. Without objection, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next items, please.
Items 2 through 5 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item number 2 is the confirmation of a city official. Would you like to hold that at the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold number 2 on the desk. And that leaves 3 through 5. Colleagues,
Item 4, please.
4 from Ms. Gruhl. And any other items, colleagues? 3 and 5? I do not believe we will have 12 members, so why don't we go ahead and do the first readings of the ordinances today. So on 3 and 5, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
5 is approved, and 3 will go over 1 week for second reading due to fewer than 12 members voting. Next items, please.
Items 6 through 25 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Okay.
And there are cards on items 6, 17, 20, 21, and 23.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Other specials, Mr. Smith?
Number 14.
14 for Mr. Smith. Ms. Gruhl?
Item 17's been put in a card. We may be fine with it, so we'll just let you know. Call it special now with the card, but we may take that card out of order.
Okay.
He is here, and I think is fine with it.
With pulling
so
it?
if you just hold it on the
Mr.
desk for a minute, my
Mr.
staff's
Struthers?
talking to him
Okay,
right
all
now,
right,
and
we'll check.
we
Okay.
might be able to move quickly on it.
That is called special for cards. And any other specials, colleagues? 6 through 25. Seeing none, please open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. 7 and 8 will go over 1 week as ordinances for a second reading due to less than 12 members. Next items, please. Or is that that's the...
Those are,
the
the rest are items called special.
All right, let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back after that. Our first speaker is, excuse me if I mispronounce this, Lucal Caruso. Lucal Caruso? Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Will you just state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Lucille Caruso.
Oh, Lucille, I'm sorry.
And
What's a Y?
I'm very bashful, so excuse me.
Don't worry. Good morning.
Good morning. When I walk down some sidewalks in the Hollywood area, I get presented with people who tell me to get off the sidewalk. And sometimes I recycle. But sometimes I'm working and I'm in a business attire. And I am homeless, and there are people who have aversions to homelessness, and I understand that. But because I'm out there so much, like people like to call on homeless, but it's also, I witness a lot of things, and sometimes they call because they don't want witnesses to certain things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Richardson. Is Jacqueline Richardson here? Jacqueline Richardson? Okay. Arnold Sachs? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Good morning and thank you.
Good morning.
This is in regard to having the point of origin on the government IDs. I'm asking that the point of where a person is from is placed back on the government IDs because of the benefits that may derive from this. It may make a difference in the lowering a little bit of the divorce rate. It may make a difference in lowering the crime rate a little bit. It should not affect housing that much, and its effect upon jobs will not be discussed. The divorce rate right now is about 50% in America. I believe it could be lowered a little bit if the point of origin were put on the government ID, because some people are marrying, I can't tell you how many because I don't know, solely to get American citizenship paperwork put through very quickly. A few years back, it was noted in one of the black publications that some black women were being married by white men. That's not a bugaboo, but they were being married by white men, and I suppose it was solely for citizenship paperwork, not because they were beautiful or intelligent, but because they wanted the citizenship paperwork put through very quickly. And I assume that some of the women were greatly hurt if they found out the major reason for the marriage. Also believe that the crime rate would be reduced a little bit, because if the point of origin were put on the government ID, because people groups want their people to look good. They want them to be respected in the community, and there are pots of crime in different places right now that haven't been cleaned up because the police department doesn't know about it, but the people do. And I believe if the point of origin were known, the people will insist that these little potholes of crime be cleaned up to enhance their standing in the community. The effect on housing would not be that much, because I don't believe, because the landlords insist upon having people that pay the rent on time and that are somewhat respectable. The effect upon jobs is another matter, and that will not be discussed, and there are benefits to doing this.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that will be Melrose Larry Green. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Hope you all had a nice holiday weekend. Today you're going to hear some comments regarding from the police commission hearing about their actions in MacArthur Park. And my belief is that that's open to interpretation. The actions are subjective to whichever side you agree or disagree with. But I'm here more or less again to talk about the MTA and the recent fare increase. The mayor went to Sacramento looking for funding. I would like to ask the mayor why he didn't ask about the conditions for authorizing the construction authorities that are rampant throughout LA County. We have the Gold Line East Side Extension, which is not a construction authority. We have the Pasadena Gold Line Construction Authority. We have the Gold Line Foothill Construction Authority. We have the Exposition Construction Authority. We have a bill pending in state legislature for the Green Line Construction Authority. All these construction authorities require funding, yet the Gold Line East Side Extension is not a construction authority. How did it get funding? All this seems to me is that the creation of the construction authorities are an excuse to divert funding that the MTA claims it doesn't have. This is, in essence, is just pork barrel legislation. This isn't Washington with their pork barrel legislation. This is LA City, LA County with its pork barrel legislation. Please, somebody answer the question. Somebody step up to the plate. If you're not doing that, then you're part of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Melrose Larry Green is our next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. It's a lot of 2 minutes is not a lot of time to cover so many important issues. I want to start out by saying I'm very distressed to read in this morning's paper that Mayor Villaraigosa is endorsing Hillary Clinton for president, and he will regret that. But enough about that. She's not even worth talking about. Secondly, I would like to say that I totally support the rank and file of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Bratton is wonderful, and we all know that I support him. And, you know, the ACLU has their right to say whatever they want. It's a free country. But I was there on May 1st, and I'm sure you'll all be very happy with the report you're going to hear in just a few moments. But on behalf of the people of the city of L.A., I've been living here for too many years, almost 30 years. I spent more time here than I have spent in New York, although I don't have an LA accent. I guess you learn accents when you're younger. But I'm proud to be a Los Angelino, and I want the LAPD to protect and serve, and that's what they're doing. Now I want to talk about the bus hike, the raise in the bus fares. You know, liberals run the city of LA, and it's not fair that people that make $12,000 a year on the average should have to pay more money. Why don't you assess some of the homeowners that live in Hollywood Hills and Bel Air? Start with Ramona Ripston from the ACLU, has a big fancy house. Assess her some extra money on her property tax. Give her a higher trash collection fee. Let them pay for it, but that's how liberals end. Liberals talk a mean game unless it costs them a penny. Then it's the people that make $12,000 a year that got to pay for the shortfall at MTA. Now, I can afford to pay $5 for a day pass instead of $3, but for plenty of people, that's going to be the money that they're going to spend taking their kids out to eat or taking their kids out for a fun weekend someplace. So that's all I really wanted to say right now, and I've got 5 seconds. I'll yield. Thank you. I'm Melrose Larry Green.
Thank
Did it
you.
all.
Oscar Johnson is our next speaker.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Oscar Johnson. I'm a proactive citizen, concerned citizen of the City of Los Angeles, and I see where the mayor, district attorney, police officer chief have really neglected their duty and the obligation toward protecting all the citizens of Los Angeles. And what they're doing, they're making things be a scapegoat and putting up some superficial and want us to believe that that's what they're doing. Los Angeles is one of the highest murder rate capital in the United States pertaining to minorities, and we have 80% to 90% unsolved murder. The city district attorney that's turning back on helping the African Americans to better their condition. They is not standing up to the duty that's sworn in to serve all the people. And the streets, potholes in the streets really need repaired. Numbers of streets and potholes need to be fixed up in the city of Los Angeles. And the MTA buses have went up on the fare, but the service of the MTA bus is very poor. We still have overcrowded condition on the MTA bus, and we really need politician reform before we can have true social reform. Because our politicians in this country have sold us out. They're very hypocritical to the oath the officers there have been speaking on, and I doubt very seriously that we read the same Constitution that said we have the right to do anything and to say anything. And before we really say that in public, please read the definition of the word, what Constitution means. But in Skid Row, it's a district. It's a Skid Row, downtown Skid Row. Really need to be cleaned up. We need to take women and children out Skid Row. It's very dangerous for them to be on Skid Row. All kind of happenings be happening at the Midnight Mission. We have too many imposters in authority over us. They're there legally. Starting with the police department, you see people with guns, badge, and uniform on, but no paper from Washington D.C. with pockets in their paper from the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
To verify their police.
Thank you. We'll next go to Van Nuys. Miriam Fogler is our next speaker, and then Sharon Brewer. Good morning.
Good morning to you, everybody. I'm wearing the City Club hat. And speaking of, I hope that we're going to have the cost of living increases every year. The city workers, they're dynamic. I'm here to address the problem is that there's a couple of things that I'm in support, and I'm not going to take that long. You know, I'm very courteous, and very kind, and I realize that we only have a certain amount of time here. You know, I'm very well organized in my head, knowing very well how much the city attorney costs here. And, you know, it's more important to have a little bit more said than not having anything said, and then we're going to regret it later on. It's better to be prudent than being deceiving and hiding than just being honest and truthful. Because if you're not going to be ethical and have morality, this is the consequences we're having now. We got people who are not behaving. We have people who just don't want to do things right. And you don't think there's this God out there watching you? He sure is, because I know that. Read your Bible. God is there. And you say the Pledge of Allegiance once a week. You say, under God. Okay? So I'm here to help you. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to make you look like you're bad people. I'm trying to do what's right. And, you know, like, if you ever see programs like Quincy or Starsky and Hutch, these are people who are trying to make the society a positive place to live, not a negative. And the racism is a negative stereotype. It's not right to hate. No stereotyping anybody, whether you're homosexual, gay, whatever you are. You know, you're black, white, purple, whatever. Just let's have peace and love. Thank you.
Sharon Brewer is our next speaker. Good morning.
Hi, Sharon Brewer, and I'd like to say that I parked at the orange line again today, and there is still a problem with human feces on the sidewalk south of the green fence on Etna, east of Van Nuys. There's dirt that has covered a lot of the spots, which they were doing last Friday when I went back to my car, but today there is more piles of things and toilet paper. I would appreciate MTA doing something about it. The other thing is that with the Encino Neighborhood Council election, the vote by mail ballot or request for vote by mail were due in yesterday, except that at no time has any of the applications been put out for the public to take and request this vote by mail. There is still no indication that there's an election going on June 28th of '07. And I did send something to the general manager of Dunn. She is supposed to look into it, but there are still no approved election procedures. And the whole thing has been kept basically a secret. The insiders, meaning the neighborhood council, know that the election is going on, but there has been no forms put out to the public. There have been no publication whatsoever put out by the Encino Neighborhood Council about this upcoming election. The other thing is on Monday, Memorial Day at Lake Balboa, it was a total mess. It was out of control with the cars, the public. They actually had to close down the park, and we need to look into safety there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Martha Jimenez here in council chambers, and then Michael Carrion will be our final speaker for public comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marta Jimenez, a resident of Los Angeles and a concerned citizen. I would like to ask Chief Bratton, why is it that the task force on culture and language that used to be part of the LAPD got dismantled? This place used to be a neutral ground where LAPD officers, city personnel, civil rights attorneys, and community members would come and make recommendations to work closer with the community. especially after the aftermath of May 1st at MacArthur Park. I see that there is a need to reestablish this task force and would like to hear from Chief Bratton what can be done about it, as well as the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Carrion is our next speaker.
Yes, my name is Michael Carrion, and I'm from the 14th District. And here we are again, Chief Bratton. I asked you guys once before, who was surprised when Rodney King got beat up? Nobody where I live. LAPD's motto should be to protect the wealthy and beat the poor. We should never, and I repeat this, never lift the consent decree. That's the only thing that has LAPD in check. Now, I made this clear before, and I'll make it clear one more time. Not all police officers are bad. Most of them are great. But if you don't take the bad apples out of the bucket, they'll ruin the rest of them. Mr. Bratton, we don't need retraining. We need somebody's job taken away from them. We need somebody fired. We need somebody arrested. If I were to beat one of you guys with a stick, I'd get put in jail after getting beat up. Then I'd get beat up in jail, too. If you don't do nothing, make an example of these people, you're not taking the bad apples.
Mr. President,
If
this is
Mr.
an item on the
Bratton
agenda.
doesn't do anything, and he's gonna, can I put my speaker back on? If Mr. Bratton doesn't do anything, it's gonna continue. And then next year, he's gonna go in front of the consent decree and say, we met all your standards. We jumped through the loops and the hoops. We're good guys. Living proof is on tape, gentlemen. It's there. I came to you before about the parking. The same LAPD officers that are in here have parked outside illegally. Yet, when they feel like, they're going to pull up to somebody and cite them for parking in the red. Isn't that breaking the law under the color of authority? Hypocrisy is what we have in this city. Double standards. LAPD can do what they want, citizens get beat down. It's that simple, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. If Mr. Bratton wants to speak to me, I'll be right here.
Thank you. If we can now, that closes public comment, general public comment. If we can open the roll on reconsideration of 3, we do have 12 members, so we can pass that through. Please open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And if no one wishes to be heard, let's open the roll on item 3, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And I was informed by the clerk that 7 and 8 have gone through. Okay, those were not 12-vote ordinances. Or maybe we had 12 members at the time. Is that correct? We did, okay. So 7 and 8 go through today as well. We had a request to pull the card for item number 17 in consent with that speaker. So if we can take up item 17 now. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And that is approved. Ms. Gruhl, on number 4, if you wanted to say something briefly.
No, I think in the consideration of all that we have today, item 4, it's a big contract and a phase 1. Like to have it just move forward, and that item will get report back as that goes forward. So,
all right, thank you for putting that forward for our citywide parking. That is an important contract that will be moving forward. Item number 4, if we can open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. And in one final piece before we begin item 6, Mr. Parks, on item 20 and 21, I believe there are some folks here from the police department and citizens on those reward motions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Detective Mahoney from South Bureau Homicide Group to come up. If we can look at items 20 and 21 together. Item 20 deals with the homicide of a young man who happens to be the son of an LAPD officer, and I'd like Detective Mahoney to go through the scenario here.
Good morning. On May 11th at about 6:20 p.m., Bryant Tonelli was standing at the corner of 80th and St. Andrews with his friends. A vehicle pulled up, a lone male black suspect walked across the street, and for no apparent reason, opened fire on the group with which Tonelli was standing. Bryant Tonelli was struck in the head and died. To this date, we have exhausted all possible resources in this investigation, and yet the suspect has not been identified. We believe that further leads will develop without the assistance of the community. That's why we're asking for a reward of $50,000 to motivate witnesses to come forward and help us solve this murder.
Okay. I'd also ask Detective Tonelli, would he stand just to acknowledge that he's here? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Also, I'd like to ask the public if any information leading to assist 77th or South Bureau Homicide to give a call to 213-485-1383, and that would be Detective Bernal and Detective Martin. And so, again, for the case dealing with Bryant Alexander Tonelli, I'd ask that we give an aye vote for the $50,000 reward.
Okay, let's open the roll on 20, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved forthwith without objection. And on item 21, Shakita McCray.
Hello, my name is Shakita McCray, and August 29, 2006, my cousin Michael Johnson was murdered. He was only 21 years old, just checked back into school, was going to church and everything, was not a gangbanger, didn't look like a gangbanger. And I'm just here today to ask for anyone's help because our family is now broken up because of this. Last Christmas, I spent my day in the house eating Carl's Jr. and not with my family because of his death. And I feel that it's not fair that people have to die by the gun nowadays. It's not fair that all of these people are dying and they're all basically like under the age of 25 years old. My cousin Michael had his whole entire life ahead of him. He was only 21. He didn't even have a kid yet, you know, so it really just hurts my heart to know that these people are still walking around, living their lives, hanging out with their friends and eating good Easter Sunday dinners. So if anyone, you know, you can help us out, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're very sorry for your loss. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Ms. McCray. Also, I'd like to just ask the public for assistance to call 485-1383 Detective Rocky Sato or Herman Fedorov from South Bureau Homicide, and I ask we have an aye vote on the $50,000 reward for the apprehension of the persons involved in the homicide dealing with Michael Johnson.
Thank you. We can open the roll on item 21. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved, and without objection, we'll send that forthwith. Takes us back to, if we can take item 6, Madam Clerk, out of order. And on item 6, I'd like to recognize the co-chairs of our special task force on the May 1st incidents to begin our comments. We do have public speaker cards on this that there's been a request to hold till after the presentation so that we can have a response to the presentation. So with that, Mr. Reyes and then Mr. Weiss, if you'd like to first address the council.
Thank you, Council President. It's with a heavy heart that we engage this item, this issue. I want to thank my colleagues, Jack Weiss, Jose Huizar, Winnie Grew, Jan Perry, and Council President Garcetti for our first task force meeting. It's a meeting that was held at MacArthur Park at the Charles White School. It's a place that has seen change that has been for the positive for the past 5 years. It's a place where the past 30 years has been treated as a throwaway community. It's where this city has chosen not to address the issues of what it means to live when you have people living on top of each other because they have nowhere else to live. It's a place where a city treated its only park as a maintenance yard, not a place for family and children. It's a place where we had drug dealers, prostitutes, and gangs literally taking control and designating each section of the sidewalk for a price. Before May 1st, most of that had changed. Before May 1st, we had families and children there. It is the Ellis Island of the West. Many countries find themselves sending their hardworking people and land in this area around Westlake MacArthur Park. But colleagues, I understand this is a citywide issue. But for me, there's much at stake here. When the cameras are gone, when the media loses its focus because of another event, whether locally, citywide, or national news, when elections are over, we'll still be there. A councilman with community leaders, with our men and women in blue, with the Rampart Division. There's a fragile trust, a fragile sense of confidence at this moment. Today's efforts must indicate that we are going to reach a certain level of accountability. We need to hold those accountable who cross the line, who use excessive force, regardless of rank, regardless of position, but there is real evidence that individuals did not treat the community as human beings with dignity or respect. We anticipate that the real accountability will come with time. We also know that the personnel review process will take time. But that does not mean we sweep this under the carpet. That does not mean that we will whitewash what occurred on that day. There has to be a point in time where the parents can tell their kids who are having nightmares because of what occurred on that day, that they need not to worry because things will get better. There needs to be a point where we can dismiss the notion that this was but another example of immigrant bashing. That because the people who were there is the reason why certain men and women in blue could not see them as human beings, but as individuals to be beaten upon. So colleagues, let's look at this as a constructive step, as a step in which we can send a loud message that this will be dealt with in a manner of true accountability. And I hope the chief and his command staff will take us down that road where we can reestablish that confidence and that trust by getting to the real substance of how we're going to correct and how we're going to deal with those individuals who cross that line. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to hear from the department, but I really want to thank my colleagues, especially Mr. Reyes and Mr. Huizar, because I think the tone for the meeting that we're having right now was set in a meeting that Mr. Huizar, Mr. Reyes, and I had on the morning of May 2nd when we adjourned to the EERC room in the back and spoke with the chief on a cell phone. At that moment, I think we all set a very constructive and productive tone, and that tone is reflected in the motion that has generated the report for today. And that's the manner in which I seek to go forward. I think that's the manner in which this council seeks to go forward. We're not here to praise the LAPD or to bury it. We're here to get at the facts, to allow the LAPD to come forward with the facts, to calmly and coolly assess the situation, make the changes that they believe are necessary, and immediately restore that fragile bond between community and police. And there's no one in this room who knows more about that fragile bond than Mr. Reyes. He's put the last 6 years of his life and then another decade before that into accomplishing that bond in his district. And I'm very confident that with our efforts today and with the efforts of the department, efforts, frankly, colleagues, that we have never seen before, the level of accountability and transparency in this investigation are unprecedented. I believe that that will get the community and the police back on the right track. And I think we should hear from the department. Mr.
Do one more speaker is the maker of the motion. I'd like to recognize Mr. Weezar, and then we'll hear from the department.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And just wanted to remind the public and all of us that although we're only hearing a preliminary report today, the 5 members of the City Council who have been called together by our President, Eric Garcetti, to review the investigation, we will still have other opportunities and other areas in which we will discuss the report and get down to the facts and get down to holding those accountable and get down to seeing ways we can recommend changes in policy so that we could prevent something like this from happening again. And I know we are all taking this item very seriously, but I wanted to again remind us that we're talking today about something that touches upon the very fabric that holds our city together, and that is our public's ability to have confidence in those people that we call upon to hold us safe and to have confidence in those that govern this city and whether we do our job in having something that's transparent, open, and respond appropriately to people and to a city who's seeking answers to the questions, who want explanations, and who want to feel satisfied that, yes, something was done and something is going to be done. I want to thank Ed Reyes for leading this panel and the other members of the panel. It's not an easy job to go out there and be the face of the city in a time when many people are indeed frustrated and looking for those answers. And I look forward to the report, and I look forward to a continuing conversation to get to the answers that we are looking for.
Thank you. If I can ask the department to come forward. Table. We'll come back, colleagues, for other comments following that. We have a series of presentations, and then we will also have public comment following that as well. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. President and council members. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to join you to respond to your motion and to present an update on the investigations that the department has been conducting since the events of May 1st. Joining me at the table, to my right, Lieutenant Rodriguez. Lieutenant Rodriguez is one of the 7-member team that has been working on this matter full-time to assist Chief James McDonald in the presentation that was given to the Police Commission yesterday and is now being given to you this morning. This will form a substantive platform upon which the after-action report that is being prepared by Chief of Operations Earl Pasinger will be based. We're also joined on my left by Chief Pasinger, Chief of Operations, and by Chief Michael Hillman, currently serving as West Bureau Commander, but formerly as Special Operations Bureau Chief, and arguably this department, and I would suggest the country's most significant expert on critical incident management. So he is going to join us here this morning. In addition, I have others behind me who might be able to answer specific questions you may raise. I have a statement that I'll start off with, and then Chief James McDonald, who has been charged with preparing these presentations, has a PowerPoint presentation that copies of which have been provided to each of your staffs and is the same presentation that we gave yesterday to the Police Commission. On May 2nd, 2007, following a major disturbance on May 1st at MacArthur Park, at the conclusion of the Immigrants' Rights Rally in March, the Los Angeles City Council adopted a motion requesting the Police Commission to report back to the Council in 30 days on its investigation. The motion was further amended to request the Chief of Police and command staff to report back within 30 days on our investigation of the events of May 1st. The multi-part oral presentation being presented to the City Council and to the public today, May 30th, 28 days after the event, is preliminary. It is an update. It is not conclusive, and the reports that we are preparing will take some time, but we will continue to provide updates. Due to the complexity and scale and need to coordinate the many different elements of our multiple investigations, none, as I mentioned, are complete at this time. As requested by you, the Council, this is an update on the current status of each investigation and is drawn from the constantly changing work product being gathered and analyzed in each of the investigations. Beginning with my arrival at approximately 7 p.m. on May 1st at MacArthur Park, I set in motion 4 department investigations and reviews to examine all aspects of the event. These were discussed with a number of you on May 2nd in the cell phone call that Councilman Weiss referenced. Presentations this morning reflect their current status and, in some instances, preliminary findings. We'll also present and discuss the many actions that have already been taken to correct noted deficiencies and needed enhancements to ensure that we do not have a repeat of the events of that evening. Many of the events of that evening were a terrible aberration, an aberrant episode from the normal exceptional performance of this department and its officers, which has successfully policed without significant or newsworthy incident hundreds of marches, rallies, and demonstrations. That said, we cannot minimize that the deficient performance of the department, its leadership, and some of its officers must be identified, clarified, addressed, and corrected. That is our obligation and our responsibility. And as Chief of the Department, that is my commitment. We will conduct a transparent and fully accountable set of investigations for this Council, the Police Commission, and the public, with full cooperation and inclusion with the Police Commission's Inspector General, Andre Barat, the Federal Monitor, the District Attorney, and the FBI, all of whom are actively engaged with us. All our investigations will be conducted within the guidelines of appropriate federal and state law, city charter, department policies and procedures, and the federal consent decree. They will be conducted as expeditiously as possible, but always within established processes and with due and appropriate regard for the rights of all individuals, including the public and our department personnel. This emphasis on process is important in that we already have significant civilian oversight of this department to ensure that the public, the media, and their elected representatives can be assured of transparency and accountability of the department's operations. The presentation to the Police Commission yesterday and the presentation to you, the elected representatives of the public, are part of that transparency and part of that civilian oversight. Both the Police Commission, its 5 civilian members, their Civilian Inspector General, the City Council, the Federal Monitor have zealously worked to ensure the processes are in place in good times and in bad to effectively oversee the department. The processes are complex and time-consuming, but they are designed purposely that way to ensure completeness, objectivity, fairness, and accountability, as well as their total conformity with all applicable laws and personnel procedures. So I emphasize again that today's report preliminary and based upon work product gathered to date. Based on the preliminary findings, results, and continuing investigation work product that you will review this morning, it is my belief that the principal reason for the department's controversial actions and large use of reported non-categorical use of force in response to an environment of rock and bottle assaults on our officers by a small group of agitators who do not appear to have been associated with the rally or its organizers was quite simply a command and control breakdown. It began at the planning stages and in effect dominoed throughout the event itself. Many of the subsequent actions of potentially deficient performance by the department and its personnel can be traced to and were an outcome of these failures. This in no way diminishes but reinforces my concerns about the amount of force that was used, including the use of batons and less lethal impact munitions against not only the relatively small group of agitators seeking to provoke the police, but also against media and rally participants with no arrests during the most controversial part of the event. The clearing of the park by Metro. Nor does it diminish the responsibility of each member of the department who authorized, supervised, or used force to explain the reason and the necessity for their actions. There are a number of reports that are being prepared. Chief McDonald will summarize the 4 investigations that are underway, and they intend to address the after-action report, the use of force investigations, the criminal investigation, and in addition, there will be a comprehensive report to the public that will be co-chaired by Chief Michael Hillman and by Jerry Chaliff, head of our Consent Decree Bureau, that will be presented to the Police Commission that will seek to encompass all of the investigations and will be the department's overall report explaining what we believe happened on May 1st, as well as recommendations for moving forward. I have also moved and will today announce to you that I am appointing Chief Michael Hillman, reassigning him to a newly created entity in the department, the Critical Incident Management Bureau. And that bureau will, in fact, encompass the following mission. That Critical Incident Management Bureau, CIMB, will, 1, coordinate and develop the department's critical incident management strategies, tactics, and training consistent with Los Angeles Police Department policy, the National Response Plan, and standardized emergency management system. 2, it will coordinate and develop department mobile field force strategies, tactics, and training. 3, it will provide incident management staff for special pre-planned or spontaneous events as directed. And 4, will liaison with corporate security, regional public safety, law, fire, and health, state and federal agencies responsible for emergency preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. This will be a direct report position to me. He will coordinate activities with Chief Earl Passinger and will operate under the command of Chief Passinger during operational activity. He will also coordinate with our Counterterrorism Bureau, with our Consent Decree Bureau, and with our Personnel Bureau. And this is an attempt to capitalize on Chief Hillman's more than 35 years of expertise in this area. He will be retiring within the next 2 years, and we seek to capitalize on his experience to basically move us forward to address the many noted deficiencies that will be identified in this presentation. With that, I would like to turn it over to Chief McDonald, who will move through the PowerPoint that again has been presented to your officers for your further review. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll go over briefly the various reports. Chief Bratton directed that a task force be assembled, which I had the opportunity to oversee the various investigations. Very briefly on those, the after-action report, which is still in progress, that's under the auspices of Chief Passinger. As the Director of the Office of Operations, he'll oversee a report on the planning, intelligence, logistics, and operations, basically what went well and what didn't, lessons learned for similar events in the future, not only for the LAPD, but also for us to share with others around the country. And that's something that we engage in on a regular basis, the lessons learned piece. Secondly, there's an internal affairs investigation under Deputy Chief Mark Perez, and that addresses allegations of misconduct. I'll go into greater detail near the end of my presentation on where we are relative to that issue. We had a Force Investigation Division, which is also under Chief Mark Perez. That division investigates what we consider categorical uses of force or significant uses of force requiring hospitalization, head strikes, and some others. This was initially opened due to the report of an injury requiring hospitalization. An interview was conducted. The victim later recanted that it happened the way it did. So we're now dealing with this categorically as a, per the consent decree, a non-categorical investigation, but the level of investigation is very much everything that would be in a categorical. We have a counterterrorism piece under Chief Mike Downing, and relative to that, the investigators looking into that have not disclosed evidence of pre-planned engagement with police on May 1st. This is not to discount the possibility of future information coming forth on that. However, the information does show that activist groups have trained for civil disobedience. There are representatives of specific groups at the May 1st, 2007 event with different levels of commitment that appear to commit direct action or react to evolving events. Historically, these groups have organized around confrontation with the police and have a heightened presence in Los Angeles since the 2000 DNC. Investigators have identified 11 persons of interest that were present on May 1st, 2007 demonstration. And looking at the total number of investigators committed to that on the counterterrorism piece, we have 13 full-time, 4 part-time, for a total of 17 detectives. They've done over in excess of 100 investigative contacts on that, with a number of formal and less formal interviews. Relative to lawsuits, and we'll go into this a little bit in greater detail down the road, we have 4 lawsuits for damages. One, a suit by the ACLU to have consent decree judge have the status conference about the May 1st incident. We have 32 claims for damages, which is a claim with the city required to file state court lawsuit, and 14 California Public Record Act requests. We've worked in total cooperation with the Office of Inspector General from the Police Commission throughout this investigation, as well as with the District Attorney's Office and the FBI, who are also conducting a preliminary inquiry into the events that occurred at MacArthur Park on May 1st. With that, then, I'll go into the PowerPoint presentation. The assessment of this incident by the department is still ongoing. This presentation is based upon facts known to date. The information presented is based upon police communication recordings from Rampart base frequency, 2 tactical channels and a metro frequency, video from the MacArthur Park Surveillance Project cameras, LAPD camera persons, the news media, and video posted on the internet by private parties, written reports, and interviews that have been conducted so far. As the assessment progresses, additional information may be discovered. This presentation has been prepared by the department in response to the council motion directing the police department to provide a status report on the investigation of the events occurring on MacArthur Park on May 1st, 2007. In addition to all the other department investigations, this is the mission of the MacArthur Park After Action Task Force. This cannot be an all-inclusive, in-depth report. It is meant to provide a contextual overview of the events that occurred on May 1st. We are in the early stages of this management review, and therefore, there are many questions that cannot be answered at this time. Additionally, it's important to note that this review is separate and apart from investigations being conducted by Internal Affairs, which will address allegations of misconduct, such as excessive force. It is our intent to be as transparent as possible in sharing information about the events of May 1st. It is important to note, however, that we are restricted by state law from releasing personnel information. Prior to the MacArthur Park event, a march and rally was held downtown. The organizer of this march and rally had obtained a permit from the LA Police Commission. The march started at Olympic and Broadway and ended at the South Lawn of City Hall, where a rally was held. The march and rally were peaceful, with no reports of violence or arrests, and it ended at approximately 3 p.m. The rally to be held at MacArthur Park was organized by a different group than from the downtown march and rally. Here you can see the relationship of MacArthur Park to the surrounding area, the 101 and the 110 freeways. As part of the planning for the event, the Incident Command Post was placed on Commonwealth Ave, north of 6th Street, because it was determined to be a good location with easy access in and out. A large area was available for staging of emergency vehicles as well. An Incident Command Post is a location where there are personnel overseeing planning, logistics, and monitoring communications. It should be noted the command post is intentionally placed so that it's not right on top of the event. The marchers' final approach to the park was northbound on Alvarado Street to the soccer field portion of MacArthur Park. The command staff present during the event were Deputy Chief Kaler Lee Carter, the Commanding Officer of Operations Central Bureau, Commander Lewis Gray, the Assistant Commanding Officer of Operations Central Bureau, Captain John Egan, the Area Commanding Officer of Rampart Area, and Captain Thomas McDonald, the Patrol Commanding Officer, Rampart Area. In excess of 500 officers were deployed from a variety of divisions from throughout the city, as you can see. 3 feeder marches were planned by the event organizers, with the idea being to keep the marchers spread out enough so that they could stay on the sidewalks and obey traffic laws. The feeder marchers joined at Vermont Avenue and Olympic, and then continued to MacArthur Park by traveling east on Olympic Boulevard and then north on Alvarado Street. Due to the large number of people, the marchers could not stay on the sidewalks. Captain Egan, in order to facilitate the march in a safe manner, allowed the marchers to use the street. While the vast majority of this crowd was made up of peaceful individuals exercising their First Amendment right, a group of agitators verbally taunted the officers as the march progressed.
What's your back number? What's your back number? You're supposed to tell me what your back number is. What's your back number?
It should be noted that the people I refer to as agitators throughout this presentation are those individuals whose actions appear to be designed to incite the crowd or police through the use of inflammatory language and/or assault. This is an aerial photo of MacArthur Park. The park is bordered by Parkview Street on the west, 7th Street on the south, Alvarado on the east, and 6th Street on the north. The park is divided east and west by Wilshire Boulevard. In order to help you orient yourself to those areas you will see in later videos, please note that this overview of the soccer field, that the dark blue objects represent vehicles, the green objects represent tents, and the purple object represents the stage area. Agitators were described by an officer as they reached Alvarado and 8th Street.
All Queen units around MacArthur Park. Be advised we have a group of anywhere 5 to 10 anarchists. One of them has a red solid flag. There will be 2 others with an American flag upside down full of holes. They're all wearing camouflage pants, bandanas on their faces, and they have backpacks. They're now approaching 8th Street.
This picture was taken from a video posted on the internet and shows the group arm in arm at the event. Please note that all times are approximate throughout the entire presentation. Even though the audio and some of the video sources are time-stamped, they are not synchronized. At approximately 4:25 p.m., the lead marchers reached Alvarado and 7th Street. It's important to remember that although the lead marchers were arriving at MacArthur Park, the rest of the marchers were spread over several blocks to the south. At approximately 4:25, a man climbed up a traffic signal pole and videotaped the marchers. When officers ordered him to come down from the pole, the man refused. The video clip you're about to see was taken from a camera that the man was holding while on the light pole. When the man finally climbed down from the pole, he hurried into the crowd and officers gave chase. At the same time, a help call was broadcast from this location and resulted in the response of additional officers. The man was arrested.
16, 20, 8, and 0.
We need, officer needs help up here. Officer needs help. Get a location. We're at the Alvarado and 8.
The rest of the marchers reached MacArthur Park, and the event was peaceful for approximately the next 30 minutes. The air unit advised that the majority of the marchers had reached MacArthur Park by approximately 4:54 p.m. Staff 4 is the radio designation for Chief Carter. His aide is the voice you will hear on the broadcast.
Staff 4, we're here at Alvarado and 7th. Can you give a crowd estimate for the park and the street area here?
16, 15.
Yeah, roger, ma'am. Anything below 7th, south of 7th, you're just going to have stragglers. The majority of the people that were in big groups are now north of 7th, and crowd estimate for the people who are still on Alvarado and the park, I'd say somewhere in between maybe 6,000 to 7,000.
At approximately 5 p.m., a group of the marchers walked westbound on Wilshire Boulevard to Parkview Street. Officers were positioned at Parkview and Wilshire in order to keep the crowd from moving west of the park. Officers attempted to direct the group into the park. Within the larger peaceful group was a group of agitators. The inset picture was taken from a MacArthur Park surveillance camera. Because of the bottleneck created by the entrance to the park, a supervisor at scene requested additional officers, and Wilshire Boulevard was closed for the safety of the marchers. Over the course of the next hour, officers and event organizers continually attempted to get the group out of the street and into the soccer field. While officers and event organizers attempted to get the group into the park at Parkview and Wilshire, other officers attempted to direct the remaining marchers off of Alvarado Street in order to open it up for traffic. This is one of the most densely populated areas of the city, so the prolonged blocking of these major thoroughfares would have a significant impact on traffic and transit routes. A group of agitators refused to clear the street, causing the air unit, who you will hear referred to by the Idaho designation, to request additional officers. He then upgraded that request to an assistance call as motor officers were being surrounded by marchers.
Idaho 70, you know what? Make this as an assistance call. You're going to have motor units surrounded here.
Seconds.
And just be advised, you're going to have...
May 1, 2007, 17.
Yeah, these are going to be those anarchist individuals here.
Seconds.
Additional officers responded to Alvarado between Wilshire and 7th and began to move people away from the motor officers and clear the street. This video was recorded by a Channel 2 news helicopter. The responding officers moved the people off of Alvarado and onto the sidewalk. As you will see near the end of this clip, a bottle is thrown at the officers.
At Alvarado. These again are scenes that you see with the police pushing people out of Alvarado and back onto the sidewalk over by the MTA, the Metro Red Line station here just to the east of MacArthur Park, after, according to police, someone in the crowd threw a bottle and hit a police officer in the head. This is the only trouble so far today. We have had a peaceful day of marching, although the crowd's much
2 rows of officers were set up on Alvarado to keep crowds off the street. This picture was taken by a MacArthur Park surveillance camera. The bicycle officers are facing east toward the Red Line station, and the officers on foot are facing west toward the park. As you will see in the next video, a group of masked agitators began chanting and yelling at the officers. After doing this presentation yesterday, there were some comments made that we tend to focus on the agitators, and I would say that to some degree we absolutely do. That's where the problem was. That's where the police focus was due to the nature of what was occurring there. The vast majority of people out there were exercising their First Amendment right, and you had a group of people, a limited group of people out there that we refer to here as agitators that were the problem, and the result, the police focused on those individuals. Agitators in the crowd threw many different objects at officers. The objects were described as rocks, food, empty plastic bottles full of water, plastic bottles full of frozen water, plastic bottles filled with sand and gravel, metal, wood sticks, pieces of brick, and concrete. Both of these videos were taken by an LAPD videographer. During the efforts to clear the marches from Wilshire Boulevard, a group of motorcycle officers was brought in and were successful in moving the crowd approximately 150 yards east of Parkview Street. As you see this event occurring here, we have two incidents occurring at the same time. Officers at Wilshire and Parkview trying to get people to move into the park and off the street, and then the agitators moved down to this position down at 7th and Alvarado. So two simultaneous events occurring. During this move, 3 men grabbed an officer and pulled him from his motorcycle, injuring his back and chest. The video was taken by an LAPD videographer. Officers and event organizers used the LAPD sound truck in their attempts to get the large group to move into the soccer field area of the park. At the same time, the air unit observed a group of agitators running from the incident on Alvarado toward Wilshire and Parkview. He noted on the radio that the agitators were held back from the police by people. Through interviews, the people referred to by the air unit were actually event organizers working in cooperation with police personnel.
Hey, units at Parkview and Wilshire, just be advised, you're going to have probably 20 of those the little anarchist groups heading in your direction. Just be advised.
45 and 0 seconds.
What direction? They're coming westbound, and they're going to be at Parkview and Wilshire. You know, it looks like people are actually going to hold them back away from the officers. Roger.
17.
This video was taken by an LAPD videographer and depicts some of the efforts of event organizers and police personnel using the LAPD sound truck in an attempt to get people to leave Wilshire Boulevard and enter the park. The voice is that of an event organizer who in Spanish and English is urging the people to go into the park.
Parque, compañeros.
At approximately 5:51 p.m., it appeared the crowd in the park near 7th and Alvarado was dispersing, and the agitators had moved to Wilshire and Parkview. Officers were withdrawn from the area, and bicycle officers were left to patrol the street to monitor the crowd on Alvarado.
Roger, they just moved him back. Have him stand down for a minute. We're going to start pulling his back and see what the result's going to be. We got bikes roving to control crowd in the street.
At 5:55 p.m., approximately 4 minutes after the officers had withdrawn from 7th and Alvarado, the air unit reported a group of agitators running back toward Alvarado along the lake. The air unit also reported that it appeared the agitators were inciting others in the park. He observed other people join the agitators, now running to Alvarado between Wilshire and 7th.
Stand by, sir. All right, just all units, just so you know, you are going to have those group of anarchist kids. They're on the south side of Wilshire, but they are running eastbound along the walkway of the lake. There's probably 20 of them, but you can see how everybody's moving, thinking that something's going on. So they are moving across Wilshire. It's just those, like those anarchist kids that are actually going to be running eastbound. It looks like they're inciting everybody else. So I'll keep eyes on them. Just stand by.
This video, taken by an LAPD videographer, shows the large numbers of people running across Wilshire Boulevard toward the south portion of the park, as described by the air unit. The bike officers that were monitoring Alvarado between Wilshire and 7th confronted the agitators at the west curb of Alvarado. The air unit notified the officers that the group they were confronting was the same group he had seen running and inciting others. The air unit then requested that mobile field forces return to the location. The inset video was taken from a MacArthur Park surveillance camera.
Hey, bike officers, Idaho 70, bike officers on Alvarado there. That's that group that ran back over here, I guess, when all the coppers left. Hey, Idaho 70, let me get that mobile field force back here on Alvarado north of 7th.
As officers lined up on the west side of Alvarado, agitators once again began throwing objects.
La esquina de Alvarado y 7, jóvenes y policías cara a cara.
As you can see, bicycle officers are not equipped with ballistic helmets and face shields. This is a lesson learned for future deployment. This video was from footage taken by Telemundo 52. As is common with any major operation, there'll be periodic meetings between command staff and supervisors to assess operations and discuss strategies for evolving issues. It should be noted that Metropolitan Division, Metro, is a division comprised of officers who receive specialized training to perform specific duties, such as crowd control during critical incidents. Metro officers use unique equipment such as crowd control batons, heavy-duty protective gear, utility uniforms, and specialized less lethal munitions. I will describe these munitions later in the presentation. Yeah, we go into that here. We go into who's at the meeting? Do we go into who's at that meeting? Okay. Just as a point of reference, at that meeting where plans were discussed as to where they go from there, we had two Metro supervisors. We had Chief Lee Carter. We had Commander Lou Gray, Captain John Egan, and two, without going into great detail at this point, a number of Metro supervisors were there. The agitators continued to throw objects at the officers for several minutes. At approximately 6:01 p.m., there were discussions concerning declaring the event an unlawful assembly and shutting it down.
Can we get about 4 more squads up here? We're going to have to do an awful assembly and disperse this crowd in that car.
0, 1, and 20 seconds.
There's a lot of things being launched wrong from that. We're going to probably get close to an unlawful assembly and order it out. They've been throwing things at us nonstop for the last few minutes. I think that qualifies. Let's get the units down here.
The inset photo is from a video that was posted on the internet by an amateur photographer who was at the scene. It depicts an officer who was struck in the head by an unknown object. At approximately 6:01 p.m., a lieutenant requested that the air unit make an unlawful assembly announcement. Under the law, whenever 2 or more persons assemble together to do an unlawful act or to do a lawful act in a violent, boisterous, or tumultuous manner, such an assembly is an unlawful assembly. The air unit could not make the announcement because their helicopter had, as you'll hear, the bare minimum, referring to no PA system. A sound truck was then requested for the dispersal order.
Here's call 10 to air unit. why don't we go ahead and make that announcement?
40 seconds. Tuesday, May 1.
CP Idaho 70, Idaho 40 is going to have to come down here. We're in a ship that has the bare minimum. We don't have a PA, so I'll have Idaho 40 switch spots with us, and they can make an announcement. Okay, we got a lot of models coming. If we can get a sound truck, then we can get this done.
There were 2 air units overhead, one at low altitude, Idaho 70, and one at high altitude, which is Idaho 40. Because Idaho 70 was not equipped with a PA system, Idaho 40 came down and took his place. At approximately 6:04 p.m., plans to move the crowd were discussed.
Cycle 26 to Lieutenant Rodriguez. We need to move these people north, get a squad on 7th Street, and push them north.
20 seconds.
Okay, where are you at right now? We have a squad along Alvarado. We're facing westbound. We need to get these people out of the park. We were taking rocks and bottles. We're not going to stand here and continue to take them just because we're not doing it, just because they're not doing it now.
Approximately 6:05 p.m., another request was made for the air unit to broadcast a dispersal order. The air unit reiterated that another helicopter would have to replace him in order for the announcement to be made. The command post advised that they were getting a sound truck.
Idaho 70 CP, if you do have 2 units that can start on 7th Street, they're probably going to at least need 2 units wide to push these guys all the way north.
2007.
Stand by, I'll put a field sergeant on Alvarado Airship. If you can do an announcement, dispersal order, I'll be great before we do that. Okay, you know what, I'm going to have to get another ship. I got the bare minimum. Stand by. CP to the executive on Wilson and Alvarado. We're getting a sound check right now.
At approximately 6:08 p.m., a lieutenant, after hearing the air unit broadcast the need for additional personnel, verified that need and made the request over the radio.
6 Paul 10, verify. We do not have sufficient people right now to do it. No, sir. You got 1 squad, and once you get past about mid-block on Alvarado, it's going to widen out, and you're going to lose people. People will just go right through the squad. So we're going to need 2 different mobile field forces in order to push all these people up to Wilshire. 6 Paul 10 requesting an additional mobile field force to Alvarado, 7th Street.
At approximately 6:09 p.m., Chief Carter arrived at 7th and Alvarado. The inset video is from a MacArthur Park surveillance camera. And that's Chief Carter on the left of the 3 men walking. At 6:09 p.m., the command staff at the park were located in different areas. Captain Tom McDonald, the executive officer, the operations officer, and the Metro and Air Support liaisons were in the command post. Captain Egan and Captain Gray were at Wilshire and Parkview. Chief Carter was at 7th and Alvarado. Also at 6:09 p.m., a sergeant notified officers at 7th and Alvarado that he was with Metro squads and they were going to respond. 2 Metro supervisors, one from B Platoon, 40 Boy, and one from C Platoon, 30 Charles, discussed their mission. Within Metro, there are platoons, such as B and C, which are essentially groups of officers that share similar tasks.
40 Boy to 30 Charles. Go ahead, 40 Boy. Do it to CP. 30 Charles, just getting up to the staging area here. Roger that, Kirk. Let's find out if we're still a climb here as far as rocks and bottles, or are we going to do a dispersal order here, because there's a whole different crowd here from the first one.
18, 12, and
30 Charles, my understanding from the incident commander is he is making the entire park an unlawful assembly, and wants the entire park dispersed. Roger that.
The Metro squad started from Parkview and Wilshire and responded on foot to Alvarado and 7th, arriving between 6:15 and 6:17 p.m. The inset video was taken from a MacArthur Park camera and depicts the arrival of Metro squads at 7th and Alvarado. At approximately 6:17 p.m., Metro officers began to clear the park, moving northbound from 7th Street toward Wilshire Boulevard. The following video was captured by an LAPD videographer who was facing north. Verbal orders to disperse were given to the crowd by the air unit. This video was taped by a news cameraman looking south as the Metro squads moved north from 7th Street. Metro officers can be seen striking an individual in this clip. This is an example of one of the use of force incidents that's currently being investigated by Internal Affairs.
Whole story. He has called for complete investigation. Now, Chief Bill Bratton of the LAPD.
At approximately 6:20 p.m., as the Metro squads moved through the south portion of the park, they continued to have objects thrown at them. As an officer assigned to Metro squad moved north through the park, he was struck in the helmet by a 6-inch by 6-inch cement block. Photos were later taken by a police photographer and a crime report was taken. The victim officer was able to describe the suspect, but to date, the suspect has not been located. This video shows a group of agitators in the park throw bottles at the officers as they move north toward Wilshire Boulevard. The air unit can be heard in the background giving orders to the crowd, identifying themselves as the Los Angeles Police Department and using the words unlawful assembly prior to ordering everyone to leave the park. The squad leaders are directing the squads and can be heard ordering officers with less lethal munitions to deploy them and then give the command, cease fire. It's important to note the different types of munitions the officers use to disperse the crowd. This slide depicts the launching devices and the projectiles they fire. All of these are used to control individuals to display aggressive or combative behavior. The 37mm multi-projectile foam baton round is used to control and disperse an aggressive or combative crowd by firing the projectile at the ground at the front of the crowd when it is between 10 and 50 feet away. 5 foam projectiles are released when this round is fired. The 40mm exact impact sponge round is target-specific munition used to control an aggressive or combative individual by firing the round directly at the person when they are between 10 and 110 feet away. And the 12-gauge Super Sock round is also a target-specific munition used to control specific individuals who may be involved in throwing objects which are likely to produce bodily injury by firing the round directly at the individual when they are between 5 and 45 feet away. Officers were having objects thrown at them. The order for target-specific, less lethal deployment was given by a Metro supervisor who you will hear say, "Grenadiers up." The term grenadiers refers to the officers who are equipped with less lethal munitions.
You guys, most of the crowd's moving on the north side of the park here, on the other side of the side of Wilshire. Now we're getting 6 thrown. Left side, hold. Left side, hold.
18, 20, and 20 seconds.
Okay, start moving left side. Move it out. Move it out.
18, 20, 1, 40 seconds.
Let's get those 40s and beanbags going. We got target specifics right now.
At 6:21 p.m., as the Metro squads were moving north in the lower portion of the park, a Metro officer pushed a news reporter and her camera person. This video was captured by an LAPD videographer. Yeah, if you can see what's going on there, the Metro officer, who then is seen running back to join his squad, is pushing the photographer and reporter back behind the line. The line behind them are officers assigned to a mobile field force, not attired in the same fashion as the Metropolitan Division officers, and coming up behind them to watch the rear. Near Wilshire Boulevard, Metro officers encountered another reporter and his camera person. At approximately 6:22 p.m., a Metro lieutenant notified the command post that they were going to continue clearing the crowd northbound across Wilshire Boulevard because objects were still being thrown at them.
Going to the CP, we are taking rocks and bottles. We're continuing northbound across Wilshire.
This next clip is from a video posted on the internet. It records another announcement given by the air unit telling people to leave the park. It appears the individual narrating the video is interpreting directions given by the air unit.
They're saying to vacate the premises.
At approximately 6:23 p.m., the Metro squads formed an L configuration securing the southeast corner of the park, north of Wilshire. The inset picture was taken from Parkview in Wilshire and is looking to the northeast. The following video is another clip taken from the same video as in the last slide.
This is the Los Angeles Police Department. Everybody needs to leave the park immediately. If you do not leave, you will be arrested. Everybody needs to leave right now.
At approximately 6:24 p.m., an LAPD videographer captured a projectile striking at the feet of one of the Metro officers. At approximately 6:26 p.m., a lieutenant working with Chief Carter, who's the commanding officer of Operations Central Bureau, inquired if a dispersal order had been given. Per department policy, a dispersal order is given when an unlawful assembly exists and includes the following information: the identification of the speaker, a declaration that the assembly is unlawful, the authority to give the command, state law, a command to disperse, the consequences for not dispersing, arrest or other police action, and the routes and time frame for dispersal.
Staff 4 CP.
Go ahead, Staff 4.
18.
Staff 4, verify a dispersal order was given.
Seconds.
Come again?
Verify a dispersal order was given.
202
26 and 40 seconds.
CP, you can confirm the dispersal order has been given. CP to Staff 4, standby, will give you the time.
The command post attempted to obtain the information from a field lieutenant and then asked Staff 4, Chief Carter, to stand by for the time the dispersal order was given. At approximately 6:27 p.m., a Metro supervisor requested Metro status over the radio. The Metro supervisor then notified Metro that the incident commander had okayed them to continue clearing the park if they were still having objects thrown at them. If not, the incident commander wanted them to hold their position and assess the situation. Metro advised that they were still having objects thrown at them.
Yeah, Roger, if you could give me a status of where you guys are at. Are you guys holding right now on the north side of the park? We are holding at 7th and, Wilshire and Alvarado. That'll be the southeast corner of the park. We need additional resources to continue the push. We're still taking rocks and bottles.
Tuesday.
Yeah, Roger, the incident commander says as long as you're taking the rocks and bottles, continue to push. If it stops, they would like you to hold there and reassess. Roger, we're holding, we're taking more bottles. Rocks and bottles are continuing. You have to push.
That video was taken by an LAPD cameraman at the scene. At approximately 6:29 p.m., additional Metro officers arrived and extended their lines in order to continue moving people from the park. And in looking at that, they're joined by additional officers. The lines, they'll put the additional officers as they're coming in to their right. So you'll continue to see the line increase to the right in an effort to be able to clear the park without having any members of the crowd come around them or between them. This video was filmed by an LAPD videographer. At approximately 6:30 p.m., as Metro officers began to clear the north portion of the park, L.A. Sheriff's deputies requested help because they were taking rocks and bottles at the Red Line station located on the east side of Alvarado between Wilshire and 7th.
All units officer needs help. Correction, LA Sheriff's officer needs help. MacArthur Park. All units officer needs help. MacArthur Park. 2 deputies taking rocks and bottles above the tunnel. Incident 4615.
LAPD officers and sheriff's deputies had to respond to that incident. At approximately 6:30 p.m., the Metro squads in the park stopped and held for a short period of time to allow C Platoon to join them on the line on the north side of the park at 6th Street.
18.
Hey, on the south end! Stand by! On the south end, hold! Check up this line! We're waiting for the other service line to get online. Hey, guys, hold! We're waiting for the right end of the line to get in place. We're holding. C-Team is up on 6th Street. We're going to hold right here. We just got up with everybody else. Tell me when you want to move.
At approximately 6:32 p.m., broadcasts on the radio relay that agitators are still throwing objects at the officers. One of the Metro officers was struck in the knee with a rock and had to be treated at a nearby hospital.
Ruffles to the right side of the line. The problem is we're taking heavy rocks. Guys are getting hit and they're getting hurt. And every time we stop, we're taking a beating over here. We need to keep the line moving to clear this out.
32
Gary, I understand. I just wanted to move a little slower. That's all I'm asking for. All right, let's get it going. We're getting killed over here. All right, forward, move. Get rocks and bottles on the far end. Keep moving. Stay together, boy platoon.
Tuesday, May 1, 2007, 18:33 and 0 seconds.
Ears up! Great ears up! Great ears up!
At approximately 6:33 p.m., the Metro squads moved past the media tent and news vans. This first video was filmed by an LAPD videographer, and it shows a Metro officer striking at a man carrying a flag.
Decididos a desalojar el parque, disparando proyectiles de goma y lanzando macanazos a diestra y siniestra. Todo ocurrió rápidamente, pero fueron momentos dramáticos. La gente comenzó a correr despavorida.
As you can see, the second video was taken from a Telemundo 52 news broadcast and shows the events from a different angle. These videos show the movement of Metro through the media area on soccer fields from different angles. They were both captured from Spanish-speaking TV broadcasts.
La presencia de los medios de comunicación tampoco los detuvo, aunque eran claramente identificables por los camiones de satélite, cámaras o micrófonos, no hubo tregua. De cómo reporteros, camarógrafos y productores resultamos agredidos. Incluso la transmisión en vivo de nuestro compañero Pedro Sec tuvo que ser abruptamente interrumpida.
The diagram shows the approximate location of the media and demonstrator interactions as seen in the previous videos. At approximately 6:34 p.m., the Metro platoon stopped near the middle of the park to regroup because there was a distance between the crowd and the officers.
Okay, left side, hold, left side. We're losing the right. We're losing the right. Slow down. Hey, Terry, Ruppel, we got a lot of space here. Let's hold up and regroup. Hold up and regroup. Hey, we got a buffer zone. Let's hold up.
This clip is from a video posted on the internet which shows the officers waited at this location for over a minute. At 6:37 p.m., Metro continued to move forward in the park. They had to stop to allow platoons on the north side to make their way around structures. Once the officers joined again, they continued to clear the park.
30 David, we're holding up for you. When we see you come through the structure in the park, you'll be able to get eyes on us, and maybe from here out we can stay together. Hey, boy platoon, we're going to stand by here until David platoon catches up on the sidewalk.
At approximately 6:40 p.m., Metro moved toward Parkview Street. Because they stopped periodically, they reached Parkview approximately 6 minutes later.
All right, 30 Charles, 40 boy, we're back together. We're on the move with you. Roger that.
18, 40, and
Slow
20
down.
seconds.
Take it all the way up to the sidewalk.
The crowd dispersed west on 6th Street. The operation to clear the South Park took 5 minutes. The squad stopped a total of 4 times before reaching Wilshire Boulevard. After holding for 9 minutes, the operation to clear the North Park took 14 minutes. The squad stopped a total of 7 times before reaching the east sidewalk of Parkview Street. This slide depicts the approximate locations and times the Metro platoon stopped during their sweeps in the park. The entire operation to clear both portions of the park took a total of 28 minutes from start to finish. The green stars indicate the locations of some of the interactions with marchers and the media, as shown in the previous videos. Please take a few moments to orient yourself with the timeline. As Metro officers were pushing the last of the crowd from the far west end of the park, a field sergeant requested an additional squad to assist with marchers that were circling the blocks and returning to 7th and Alvarado. The air unit observed the group and described their movement as eastbound on 7th toward Alvarado.
One call 220, I need one squad to 7th and Alvarado, please, 7th and Alvarado. We have the protesters that are double backing and coming back over to 7th Street.
This map depicts incident locations where officers were required to respond to other disturbances after the park was cleared. Officers and other city personnel continued to have objects thrown at them in their vehicles after the park was cleared.
18,
Be advised that DOT is reporting they're taking rocks and bottles at 6th Street and Coronado. Roger that. The most of our bad guys here is continue walking eastbound on 6th Street. We're at Lafayette, and they're throwing rocks and bottles at black and whites and officers. Can we have skirmish lights up out of this area?
This video from Channel 5 depicts objects being thrown at a police car at 6th Street and Rampart Boulevard, which is about 3 blocks from the park.
Troublemakers ended up running down 6th Street, where they continued their assault on police officers, throwing more rocks and bottles at cops and their patrol cars.
We're taking bottles over here at 6th and Alvarado. We need eyes over here on the crowd.
5 and 40 seconds.
Verify you're taking rocks and bottles at 6th and Alvarado. No.
Copy, the Pan building. We're taking rocks and bottles coming off of both buildings on the south, the east, northeast, and the north-south.
2 Queen, 70, we're taking rocks and bottles at Wilshire and Lafayette Park. We got a large juvenile group about 20 deep, about 50 deep. They're now running southbound Hoover from Wilshire.
This slide represents the number of less lethal rounds fired on May 1st. As you can see, there were 70 37-millimeter rounds fired, 42 40-millimeter rounds fired, and 34 Super Sock rounds fired. This slide depicts the 5 arrests that were made on May 1st related to the MacArthur Park incident. The first individual posted bail and was scheduled to appear in court on a future date. The second individual was detained by Metro officers for causing a disturbance in the park and was booked on a misdemeanor warrant. The third individual was a juvenile who was ultimately filed upon for throwing an object at a moving vehicle. The fourth individual was also a juvenile, was released to his parents, and the district attorney has not yet made a filing decision. In the last case listed, the individual pled guilty to a misdemeanor and was placed on summary probation for 24 months after spending 2 days in jail. These are the injury statistics. 9 members of the media sustained injuries. 5 Metro and 2 patrol officers were injured. 4 marchers were treated by ambulances at the scene, and 23 others have reported their injuries to internal affairs investigators. Statistics regarding complaints, lawsuits, and claims for damages. It's important to note that we are by no means attempting to minimize the actions of any of the officers who have been involved in excessive use of force. We have a comprehensive internal affairs investigation being led by Deputy Chief Mark Perez. State law requires the confidentiality of all internal disciplinary investigations. In addition, we're fully cooperating with the Inspector General, the District Attorney, and the FBI. Some of the areas of concern that we're reviewing are the planning, operations, command and control, communications, tactics, training, policy and procedures, and accountability. Since May 1st, these are some of the actions that have been taken. Personnel changes. Chief Carter was downgraded and Commander Gray was reassigned. Metropolitan Division training. All Metro platoons received additional training in crowd management and control. On the criminal investigation, detectives are working to identify and prosecute agitators who were involved in criminal activity during the event. On the internal affairs investigation, allegations of misconduct are being investigated by department personnel assigned to internal affairs. And on the after-action review, a special review is being conducted in order to analyze police actions and offer recommendations to improve the department's quality of service. Media meetings. Department representatives have met with members of the media and discussed mutual expectations, and we will continue to work on that. Incident management team, we're currently reviewing the feasibility of adopting an incident management team concept, which will ensure that command officers with extensive subject matter expertise will be involved in the planning and operations of all planned major events in the future. This concept was effectively employed during the May 17th MacArthur Park March and Rally. Command officer and supervisory training. This training has been scheduled to begin June 8th and is related to the principles of command and control, strategy and tactics, as well as crowd management and crowd control. Furthermore, this training will include the revitalization of mobile field force tactics, which can also be employed during earthquakes, fires, and other natural disasters. And then department-wide training. Training group is currently developing a delivery strategy to provide department-wide training in the areas of crowd management, crowd control, and mobile field force tactics. Videographer training and coordination. Curricula is being developed to train LAPD videographers in properly documenting an event on video. Additionally, the Chief of Police has directed that sworn supervisors accompany videographers during major events to give direction on specific incidents and actions to be recorded. Command oversight from an air unit. In future major events and unusual occurrences, a command officer, captain or above, will review the incident from an air unit to be able to provide oversight and ensure communication with officers on the ground. Equipment and uniform modifications. We're in the process of evaluating methods to ensure that officers can be readily identified. Examples of this are larger markings on the helmets and utility uniforms. Special Operations Bureau command deployment. Command officers from specialized entities such as Metro will be present at scene when members of their command are deployed at major events. Although we have already gathered a significant amount of audio and video recordings, we are requesting the public's help in obtaining further information to assist us in completing a more comprehensive investigation. This morning there was some video footage shown in the media that we did not have previously, and that may have been given to the media by members of the public. We know an awful lot of people had cameras out there, cell phone cameras or otherwise, and that there is additional video. To the degree that we can ask for your cooperation in providing us with that, it would be helpful to us and get a more comprehensive picture of what happened out there on May 1st. I must remind everyone that the assessment of this incident is still ongoing. This is not a final after-action review, but a status update. From the onset, the Chief has stood firm in his commitment to investigate all of the issues at hand, and at this point, less than 1 month after the events occurred, our investigations are still developing. There are many aspects of our response to the MacArthur Park demonstration that demand critical and thoughtful review. Certainly, the issues of planning, command and control, strategy and tactics, and communications need attention. As we continue to conduct interviews, review facts, and examine not only actions taken, but also steps we might not have taken, I am certain that we will have a clearer understanding of the events on May 1st, 2007. From this analysis, we will identify problems and take affirmative steps to ensure that we provide the highest level of service to the people of Los Angeles. I'll now turn it back over, Chief.
Mr. President, that concludes our update to the Council.
Thank you. I'd like to return to Mr. Weiss, then we'll come back. Mr. Zine, sorry, Mr. Weiss and Mr. Reyes, just to continue, we're going to queue that up so you guys can finish your time, and then Mr. Zine and Ms. Perry will be next.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you could hold my time, I believe the motion also requested the Inspector General on behalf of the Commission to brief the Council on the Commission and the Inspector General's efforts. And if Mr. Barat is here, if he could have a few moments.
Sure, if we could make room for him at the table. Mr. Barat?
I can stand here, that's fine. If that's okay with the Council, it is. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to make a couple of brief comments and inform the Council of our role and responsibility. The Office of the Inspector General will provide effective, real-time civilian oversight as it relates to this May 1st incident. We will work diligently to find out the truth of the matter, what went right and what went wrong, and make recommendations as it relates to the things that went wrong to prevent future occurrences of this nature in the future. Moreover, the Office of the Inspector General will work to make sure that the appropriate policies are in place, that training where required is given, and that individual officers, if their actions are found to be inappropriate and outside of department policy, be held accountable for their actions. After learning about this incident, I went to the scene, spent much of that late evening and early morning hours at the scene, and also speaking with the Chief and his command staff about the incident. At the direction of the Board of Police Commissioners, our office has been tasked to conduct a comprehensive evaluation and analysis of the facts and circumstances surrounding this event. Over the last 28 days, the Office of the Inspector General takes very seriously the role that we have to play acting as the eyes of the ears not only of the Commission, but for the public at large. On this very important matter that the community has raised significant issues about. Our actions will be independent of the department, yet where appropriately we will work with the department collaboratively. The purpose of that being to make sure that the department acts with the highest standards of integrity and thoroughness as they go through their investigation. Since this incident, just to give you a snapshot of some of the things that we have done and will continue to do going forward, is we've received hundreds of calls from community members about this incident. We filed and taken numerous personnel complaints and forwarded those on to Internal Affairs Group. We've participated in several internal affairs briefings. We meet with the department on a weekly basis to discuss the investigative strategy and steps going forward. We've met with several stakeholders throughout the community to discuss this incident, to get their concerns about the incident, and we look forward to doing so with more stakeholders as we move forward in this process. We are reviewing hours and hours of videotape and audio transmission. We are looking at all department manual sections, orders, policies, training bulletins, and the like regarding this incident, specifically use of force options relative to crowd control management, specifically the use of batons and impact projectiles, crowd management control, incident command, and police and media relations. Finally, we have been monitoring interviews on a real-time basis. I've personally sat in on a number of interviews, and I and my staff will do so going forward with witnesses to this incident and those who have been the subject of use of force by the Los Angeles Police Department. The department to date has provided us with the access that we need to get our job done, and we look forward to continuing that level of cooperation as we move forward through this process. Obviously, we still have some work to do, and there'll be many more witness interviews and documents that we need to review as we move forward in this process. But our objective, again, is to get to the truth of the matter and provide a report to the Board of Police Commissioners separate from that of the department, providing our thoughts, insights, and recommendations as a result of this unfortunate incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barat. Chief, awful lot has been made, an awful lot will continue to be made about what went wrong, and you've made a number of statements about that. Your command staff has as well. There are going to be a number of questions about that this morning and this afternoon. I want to begin by asking you the question in a different way, which is, based on your training and experience, if it had been done by the book, what would we have seen that afternoon on May 1st? Would we have seen a dispersal order? Would we have seen an unlawful assembly order? Would we have seen the types of force and projectiles used that had been used? If it had been done by the book, what do you or your command staff expect would have happened?
I'm going to ask Chief Hillman to speak to that. You would clearly not have seen, if this had been done correctly, a lot of what you did see. And Chief Hillman can explain that he's developed most of the department's tactics and strategies for dealing with these events. He is a resident expert, if you will, and as already mentioned, nationally renowned for that expertise.
I think in a perfect world, when we look at the strategies that would have been ideally employed, there would have been what we term as crowd management. That means that people that have demonstrated the intent to engage in public assemblies, which is protected under the First Amendment, that we are obligated to be able to provide that opportunity to do that. In this particular case, this incident started off, the second piece of this, started off as to where the march was non-permitted. And oftentimes, because of large numbers, people will gather together, and it's our responsibility in law enforcement to be able to help facilitate that. When it gets to the situation as to where activity becomes unlawful, then there's a judgment call that has to be made as to exactly what type of actions need to be taken to be able to keep the peace, enforce the law, and restore order. Oftentimes, the unlawful activity is minor. For example, crossing against the red light, things of this nature, where the greater good of the cause and the accommodation of large numbers of people would dictate that there would be a facilitation type of strategy or management that would take place. So in a perfect world, if the events could be looked at and that we would attempt to manage a crowd and to be able to facilitate it, and then where we have a small percentage of individuals that become unlawful and commit significant disruption to try to disrupt the activities, then the obligation to make arrests, to surgically go in, to remove those individuals, and to allow the continuance of whatever public assemblies is taking place in a perfect world. And what I found fascinating in looking at some of the aftermath of this is, excuse me, many of the National Lawyers Guild individuals were attempting to be able to mitigate some of the behavior of some of the individuals that were described as agitators. But in a perfect world, it would have been ideal to be able to engage in crowd management. Now, if there is a situation where we have significant unlawful type of behavior, where you could basically put a barrier between, if you would, the individuals that are gathered together lawfully, and then be able to isolate the individuals that are not, then there would be a declaration that would have to be done according to law, as already has been described by Chief McDonald, that would accommodate an unlawful assembly announcement. And that unlawful assembly announcement, because of the composition of the group that was there, would be in a variety of different languages, perhaps not just English and Spanish, but other languages as the composition of the crowd would dictate. And it would be done in such a manner as to where control forces would be positioned in place to be able to accommodate dispersal and to be able to accommodate direction. The Chief and I have had much discussion on this. The two most important aspects of any crowd management situation are personnel and a sound vehicle. And the use of sound vehicles to be able to encourage people, to be able to give them direction. It's been my experience over the years that most people will do what they're asked to do if they're given some direction and given the opportunity to be able to do that. So the use of sound vehicles would in the proliferation of things, I think would something that I would like to see much more of. So I hope I answered your question.
Well, I mean, and
If
so
I
what
may,
I, what
I may add to that, council member, that talking about what it should have looked like, 2 weeks later, we had a very similar march that went off textbook perfectly, as most of them do in this city and have been accomplished over the years. Again, this event was a very significant aberration, and we are not seeking to, if you will, offer excuses for it. Rather, we're seeking to find out what happened, why it happened, and how do we prevent it from happening again. But 2 weeks later, that Chief Passenger, Chief Hillman coordinated a very similar event, and again, that went off without a single problem that evening.
To get their concerns about the incident, and we look forward to doing so with more stakeholders as we move forward in this process. We are reviewing hours and hours of videotape and audio transmission. We are looking at all department manual sections, orders, policies, training bulletins, and the like regarding this incident, specifically use of force options relative to crowd control management, specifically the use of batons and impact projectiles, crowd management control, incident command, and police and media relations. Finally, we have been monitoring interviews on a real-time basis. I've personally sat in on a number of interviews, and I and my staff will do so going forward with witnesses to this incident and those who have been the subject of use of force by the Los Angeles Police Department. The department to date has provided us with the access that we need to get our job done, and we look forward to continuing that level of cooperation as we move forward through this process. Obviously, we still have some work to do, and there'll be many more witness interviews and documents that we need to review as we move forward in this process. But our objective, again, is to get to the truth of the matter and provide a report to the Board of Police Commissioners separate from that of the department, providing our thoughts, insights, and recommendations as a result of this unfortunate incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barat. Chief, an awful lot has been made, an awful lot will continue to be made about what went wrong, and you've made a number of statements about that. Command staff has as well. There are going to be a number of questions about that this morning and this afternoon. I want to begin by asking you the question in a different way, which is, based on your training and experience, if it had been done by the book, what would we have seen that afternoon on May 1st? Would we have seen a dispersal order? Would we have seen an unlawful assembly order? Would we have seen the types of force and projectiles used that had been used? If it had been done by the book, what do you or your command staff expect would have happened?
I'm going to ask Chief Hillman to speak to that. You would clearly not have seen, if this had been done correctly, a lot of what you did see. And Chief Hillman can explain that he's developed most of the department's tactics and strategies for dealing with these events. He is a resident expert, if you will, and as already mentioned, nationally renowned for that expertise.
I think in a perfect world, when we look at the strategies that would have been ideally employed, there would have been what we term as crowd management. That means that people that have demonstrated the intent to engage in public assemblies, which is protected under the First Amendment, that we are obligated to be able to provide that opportunity to do that. In this particular case, this incident started off, the second piece of this, started off as to where the march was non-permitted. And oftentimes, because of large numbers, people will gather together, and it's our responsibility in law enforcement to be able to help facilitate that. When it gets to the situation as to where activity becomes unlawful, then there's a judgment call that has to be made as to exactly what type of actions need to be taken to be able to keep the peace, enforce the law, and restore order. Oftentimes, the unlawful activity is minor. For example, crossing against the red light, things of this nature, where the greater good of the cause and the accommodation of large numbers of people would dictate that there would be a facilitation type of strategy or management that would take place. So in a perfect world, if the events could be looked at and we would attempt to manage a crowd and to be able to facilitate it, and then where we have a small percentage of individuals that become unlawful and commit significant disruption to try to disrupt the activities, then the obligation to make arrests, to surgically go in, to remove those individuals, and to allow the continuance of whatever public assemblies is taking place in a perfect world. And what I found fascinating in looking at some of the aftermath of this is, excuse me, many of the National Lawyers Guild individuals were attempting to be able to mitigate some of the behavior of some of the individuals that were described as agitators. But in a perfect world, it would have been ideal to be able to engage in crowd management. Now, if there is a situation where we have significant unlawful type of behavior, where you could basically put a barrier between, if you would, the individuals that are gathered together lawfully, and then be able to isolate the individuals that are not, then there would be a declaration that would have to be done according to law, as already has been described by Chief McDonald, that would accommodate an unlawful assembly announcement. And that unlawful assembly announcement, because of the composition of the group that was there, would be in a variety of different languages, perhaps not just English and Spanish, but other languages as the composition of the crowd would dictate. And it would be done in such a manner as to where control forces would be positioned in place to be able to accommodate dispersal and to be able to accommodate direction. The Chief and I have had much discussion on this. The two most important aspects of any crowd management situation are personnel and a sound vehicle. And the use of sound vehicles to be able to encourage people, to be able to give them direction. It's been my experience over the years that most people will do what they're asked to do if they're given some direction and given the opportunity to be able to do that. So the use of sound vehicles would in the proliferation of things, I think would something that I would like to see much more of. So I hope I answered your question.
Well, I may add to that, Council Member, that talking about what it should have looked like, 2 weeks later, we had a very similar march that went off textbook perfectly, as most of them do in this city and have been accomplished over the years. Again, this event was a very significant aberration, and we are not seeking to, if you will, offer excuses for it. Rather, we're seeking to find out what happened, why it happened, and how do we prevent it from happening again. But 2 weeks later, that Chief Passenger, Chief Hillman, coordinated a very similar event, and again, that went off without a single problem that evening.
I appreciate that, and just so I understand, Chief Hillman, what you're saying, and I realize what you're talking about, whether it's a perfect world or a hypothetical or whatever, you're drawing a distinction between crowd management and general dispersal.
Yes, Councilman, that's correct. We refer to it as two aspects: crowd management, and that's managing groups, public assemblies, just people, and then crowd control as to where there has to be much more of a established protocol to not only encourage but to physically have to attempt to control issues and people. The second portion of what you just commented on, the dispersal order, would fall into the latter category.
Secondly, and then I'll sit down so other members can ask their questions. I don't have to tell you that a number of members of the news media have been very concerned and upset about how the events transpired on May 1st, and we've all heard it. This morning, one member of the press handed me this document that he carries with him. He's a photographer, and he expressed concerns, not just with respect to May 1st, but generally with respect to the level of knowledge and training of LAPD officers with respect to the rights and opportunities afforded to members of the media under California law. What can you say to the members of the media? I know you've been meeting with them, Chief, about the level of training and the level of training that cops are going to go through, again, with respect to how to handle media in this city.
Subsequent to the events of the Democratic National Convention a number of years ago, in which a similar series of police actions were very much in controversy, an agreement was reached in which the department would seek to interact with the media as to their rights and responsibilities at events, and we would seek to train our personnel and inform our personnel as to our obligations as it related to dealing with the media at events. And we, coming out of that agreement, have prepared a booklet that is distributed to the media, which is supposed to be distributed when they come in to apply for their press credentials. We will be reaffirming that they, in fact, received that because of the various meetings I've had with media, both working press as well as their management and their representative organizations. Many had not seen this document, which is a carefully crafted document. I think Chief Philman participated in its development. And we will, as part of the training that is being given to our metro units, to our command staff, June 8th, as well as additional training through video and roll call to all of our officers, reminding them of our obligations and responsibilities, and we'll also be seeking to work with the management of the various news media organizations to ensure that their personnel, particularly their working press, their street press, are familiar with their rights and responsibilities and obligations under the so-called Crespo decision.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'll push my button again later on.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, do you wish to close the committee report or speak later?
Well, the committee report, if I may, do have some questions.
Okay.
The images we've seen that you presented to us, how many or how much time did you pull from in terms of how much videotape and time was there where you extrapolated these images?
There are hours upon hours. I'll let Lieutenant Rodriguez, who has spent much of the last 28 days reviewing that video. We have video from the media that's been provided to us. We have video that we have retrieved on our own that we normally retrieve through our news media operation. We have MacArthur Park camera video. We have video that's been retrieved from various websites that we have been accessing. And we have requested also, and some of the stations have complied with getting raw footage that has not necessarily been already seen. This morning on one of the TV stations, I had the opportunity to watch a series of videos that I had not seen, despite reviewing many hours of video. So we will be requesting once again of the media, if they have been airing video since that day that has not been provided to us but has been provided on the public airways, we would like to get access to that. But Lieutenant Rodriguez, who is the one of the 7 officers working full-time in this, can give you more specificity as to maybe the actual number of hours, which are very significant.
Excuse me, perhaps we can get the chief some water, or anyone else like some water?
I have water down here, thank you, sir. We've been talking a lot the last couple of days.
Okay.
Yes, Councilman, myself and my staff have reviewed in excess of 10 hours of video. That does not include the hours that we have also taken scouring the internet to try to obtain more videos. By no means are we saying that these are all the images out there, but it's certainly all the images that we have been able to gather in putting forth a very accurate and chronological sequence of events that depict the more salient points.
If I may point out, we're also digitizing for easier retrieval all of the video we have. This is being shared with the district attorney to facilitate him with his review of this case, as he would do in every instance of use of force, to determine where any of the actions of the officers do they rise to the level of a crime. Additionally, this will all be made available to the FBI and our Internal Affairs Unit, which is the entity that is basically charged with investigating the use of force, both those complainants as well as video that we review where we determine that there's an action on the part of the officer that's not in conformity with our department policies and procedures, that there are multiple entities that are reviewing this video, DA, FBI, after action report preparation for this meeting, as well as Internal Affairs, which will be probably doing the most intimate review because they will be investigating the actual uses of force.
And the reason why I ask is it could be interpreted that what we're seeing is what we're basing our investigation on. It is but an excerpt and a piece, a slice of a sequence of events taken from many different angles with many different subjects. So as such, those who would have felt a level of injustice because they were just sitting there and did receive a blow and or roughly handled, that will be dealt with in the process?
It's an excellent question. Thank you for raising it. This effort this morning was an effort to put into a timeline what happened based on a lot of different information streams. In this event, which is something we don't normally have, we not only have a significant amount of visual, but we have audio as well as the interviews. So the fact that they've been able to put it together in this as comprehensive a fashion using all these different sources is, I think, a credit to the time and effort they've been putting into this. This is not the end all, and we are not intending to represent that this is all that we have, that we had limited time. We were asked to keep our presentation to under 1 hour. As the Lieutenant indicates, we have over 10 hours of video, so of necessity we had to edit that. But we are also trying to impart is what was happening from a police command and supervision as well as officer perspective that they were responding to. And so that there was a lot of focus in this presentation on the continuing rocks and bottling of officers that was in fact accelerating or fueling some of the decisions being made by officers, being made by their supervisors, and ultimately being made by the command staff. So in order to present a balanced picture, we needed to show timeline, what was happening when, what was the agitator group doing that was then prompting certain police responses. There's been very little focus on that video other than the beginning of the march going into the park, because in the park, nothing was happening that was out of the ordinary. They were there to demonstrate, they were there to have a rally, and that, in fact, was happening. We, in fact, by our actions, ended up interrupting that rally. And so, again, this was a 1 hour presentation to try to bring some context to the situation. We have multiple investigations. We will be sharing with the Council Task Force. We will certainly be sharing with the people I report directly to, the Police Commissioner, the Inspector General. And I think if you were to speak to the FBI, District Attorney complimented us the other night on the comprehensiveness of the information being provided to them, the ease of retrieval, the sense this is all being digitized, so that we are making every effort to basically deal with a concern that in the past this department may not have been forthcoming in terms of responding to these. There's no circling of the wagons. I'm under great criticism by my union and by their representatives feeling that I should be doing more to defend them. So in terms of as Chief of Police, I've got a lot of audiences I have to interact with. So I can guarantee yesterday we showed this same video to the command staff. Tomorrow we'll be showing it to all officers in the Metro unit. And I can guarantee when they come out of that meeting tomorrow, they're going to say, how come you didn't show more of the rocks and bottles? Because from their perspective, that's what they were responding to. What I'm attempting to do is, in the time allotted, to give you a perspective of all the different things that were going on at that time in the park. And we will be, in fact, meeting with your task force as we go forward, and there will be further updates whenever they're requested.
Chief, just 2 more points. There was an explanation of categorical. Can you define those categories and what that means?
That's a critical matter under the consent decree, and one of the emphasis I keep making in this matter as well as previous incidents that were of great concern to the community, Stanley Miller, Devin Brown, that we have in place processes that are the most complex and comprehensive in the country as a result of the Christopher Commission, Rampart reports, and now the federal consent decree. And those processes are intended to ensure that adequate levels of investigation are in fact addressed to certain activities of the department, including levels of use of force. I'm going to ask Chief McDonald to speak very specifically categorical, non-categorical, because it's critical to understand under the consent decree and under now the department policies and guidelines how we investigate uses of force by the department. In this instance, that we have received verbal notification from attorneys that they have clients who are claiming injuries such as broken bones that would raise this to a categorical use of force level that would be investigated by my Force Investigation Division of my Professional Standards Bureau. However, neither of those attorneys has made their clients available, so we have no idea. And since they're not making their clients available, I can't investigate it as a categorical use of force. The majority of claims being made are people being struck with less lethal pellets, foam bullets, or baton. Under our definitions, that is a non-categorical or less serious type of injury to the individual. I'll ask Chief McDonald to speak specifically to it because he chairs the department's use of force board that reviews every use of force. There is no department in this country that documents this more intimately than we do. I would point out that last year we made 168,000 arrests. We had fewer than 2,000 reported uses of force of any kind, and we had slightly more than 100 uses of categorical use of force, which is basically officers shooting people in response, most instances, to being shot at. But the specific definition, I'll ask Chief McDonald to speak to. These have been set in place by the consent decree, and we adhere to them religiously.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman, roughly, I guess, without going into more detail than probably appropriate here, a non-categorical use of force is a routine use of force where an officer in the field would lay hands on a person that would not result in hospitalization. It would not be considered then the categorical. The investigation would be done by an area supervisor. That would be documented. That would go through that chain of command. The area captain would make a determination, was it in policy or out of policy, was it appropriate given the circumstances, and they have access to all of the department resources as far as scientific investigation division for photographs or any other kind of evidence that would need to be examined in that. The Bureau, the Geographic Bureau, then reviews that, and that is filed at that level. A categorical use of force ramps up a whole set of guidelines and a whole set of systems in place that when this occurs in the field, there's a notification made to the department command post, our racer division. The senior command staff throughout the department are notified. Many often respond to the scene. Force investigation is notified. They respond to the scene. A significant amount of personnel resources are put into investigating that categorical use of force. For example, an officer-involved shooting, a use of force that results in hospitalization, a use of force that where the upper body control hold is used, or any head strike becomes an automatic categorical use of force and is investigated in that manner. The chief and senior command staff get a 72-hour briefing by Force Investigation Division in a fashion similar to what you saw here today to review the propriety of the officer being released to go back into the field. When the officer is involved in the categorical use of force, he is pulled from the field. He is sent to behavioral sciences section where a psychologist sits down with them and talks to them and makes it their own assessment as to whether the officer is fit to go back into the field or not. That is shared with the involved officer's commanding officer. At this 72-hour briefing, the involved officer's chain of command is his commanding officer, the Bureau commanding officer, and senior staff, including the chief of police. We get the presentation, we make assessments. Are there department-wide training issues that need to be addressed? Did this bring to light something that needs to be addressed in the division, in the Bureau, or citywide? We address those at that time. We have people there from the training function, firearms, tactics, and other elements of training. The adjudication then is sometime down the road, months later, where it goes before a use of force review board. We make an assessment based on a review of all the evidence available at that time, make a recommendation to the chief of police, who then in turn can agree or not agree with us, and then he makes a recommendation to the police commission, who make the final determination on the propriety of that use of force.
What is also significant about the two definitions, that the Police Commission does not get involved in the non-categorical use of force. That is left entirely to the department, its chain of command. We make reports to them in the totality of those incidents. In this matter, we are treating this, as I've done in similar high-profile cases in the past, Stanley Miller and others, as a categorical use of force so that the Police Commission can, in fact, have a more active role. And as represented by the Inspector General, he did not relate. The second or third call I made the night on my way to MacArthur Park was to him and asking him to respond. So he was there at the scene, literally almost simultaneous with my arrival. Additionally, you may recall immediately after this, I pulled Metro, the whole of Metro, out of the field. What we do when we have a singular categorical use of force, an officer-involved shooting, the officers are pulled out of the field so myself and my command staff can get this 72-hour briefing to make a determination. Were there issues here that may preclude us from wanting to return the officers to the field? Is there additional training that they and their colleagues should receive as a result of identified deficiencies in the incident? We did just that. The magnitude of use of force here, within a short period of time, we could not determine what officers used what force. So we treated it as if it was a categorical use of force. All officers were pulled out of the field, kept out of the field till they received refresher training on use of force before we returned them back into the field again.
But we'll be going through a process. We will drill down to those individual acts.
Exactly. One of the things, for example, in terms of the internal affairs investigation, they will match up first complainants who can identify an officer or complainants for whom we have a video representation of the incident they were involved in. That would be the first priority. A second priority would be when we're reviewing the videos and we determine that an officer's use of force against an unidentified civilian we would deem to be, at least on its surface, its face, would be potentially inappropriate. That's a second prioritization. And then thirdly, drilling farther down, we would have complainants who may allege that they were assaulted by the police, but they cannot identify the officer, or they cannot, or we cannot identify video representing the action that they're complaining of. So that becomes a third category. Those would be the last ones we would investigate. And when we have an ability to identify an officer, and if the complaint of the use of force is matched up with a video and then matched up with our belief that at least on its appearance it would appear to be inappropriate, we will pull those officers out of the field until we can make an additional determination as to whether or not it may have not been inappropriate.
I know I've taken a lot of time, colleagues. I thank you for your patience, but I think it's critical that we hear these specific steps so that when the community wants to continue and will hold us accountable, both as elected officials and as designated officials, that we are taking it seriously and that they hear the message that this is but one step of many steps towards that path of healing. And that's the process we're looking forward to.
And our obligation is to inform that community. I've been to a number of community meetings. I've attended a church service. We've developed a video in Spanish to explain some of our actions. So we're very fortunate that this is a community that has, despite its issues and its concerns, even on that march on the 15th, as I walked the parade route, once you basically introduce yourself, hola, ¿cómo está? Invariably, it was received with a smile and a handshake. And this is a community, as you know, you represent it, that wants to work with the police. And the taking back of MacArthur Park was not just the police. It was political leadership. It was community involvement, community business leaders. And we took that park back. And we'll address this issue so that we get back to where we were.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. And Chief, if we could, through the next discussions with council members, we're running a little very minimums on our people here. If you keep your answers very short so that we don't run any problems with the number of people that are in council. Ms. Perry.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Chief, or whoever can answer this, I wanted to drill down a little bit on the issue of protocol and interface with journalists, and what's the standard procedure for interfacing with journalists in a public assembly in a large space, and if there is some differentiation made between lawful assembly and the interface between journalists, and if those rules then or strategies change when a situation is declared to be an unlawful assembly. Hold my time.
Either Chief Hillman or Chief Basinger, either one. Bill?
As briefly as I can be, we always attempt to make accommodations for any media. And under 409.5, which Councilman Weiss had demonstrated, it allows access to the media to those types of events where there's public assemblages, disasters, et cetera. Where we have crime scenes, it becomes somewhat different. But under the circumstances, what the training and the precept of the Los Angeles Police Department is to be able to accommodate the media, balance the needs of them, putting them into a position as to where they can report the media, and in some cases even bring them along with us. In a situation where they can see firsthand as to what is occurring. And then certainly with the Crespo decision, being able to give them a location, a position, or a facility where they can seek refuge if necessary to be able to protect themselves. That's essentially the precept and the training that we have.
Was there some change in interface once the skirmish line was set up with the interaction of, or interfacing of media as the skirmish line moved from, I think, 7th and Alvarado going north and west across the park? And was there a distinction made at that time? Hold my time.
I can't speak to the issue in the decision process that was taking place at that time because I was not there. But the fact of the matter is that the procedure and what I just described is the procedure of the department.
There's one thing that I noticed on the tape, and as the line begins to move, and I think Ms. Gonzalez was in front, and then I don't know the difference between the uniforms, and I think it might have been a Metro officer attempted to get her behind the line. Am I?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
One of the techniques that we try to often use, certainly the media is going to place themselves in a position where they can get the best vantage point, and is the strategy or the methodology that law enforcement is using, just move around them. Just move around them and put them into a position where they can be out of harm's way.
Once a media person is behind a skirmish line, is then that a permissible activity to go behind a line?
Yes.
And that's within protocol and
yes.
interface guidelines, so there shouldn't be a problem. So as the line moved from the southeast to the northwest, and I think as it crossed over into the part of the park where the grass is kind of gone, I noticed a tent in the background, the camera person, and what was the purpose of the tent?
I can't speak to that particular piece of it.
What was the purpose of the tent?
Hold my time, yeah.
That was set up by the media for their own purposes to provide shade throughout the day.
And is that something that is cleared with LAPD in an overall planning strategy for an event? Or?
That was no problem for us setting up the tent. That's their base of operations for the day, and the rally they were going to cover from that vantage point was a permitted rally.
And then once a skirmish line proceeds through an area, does that mean that the tent has to be vacated, or?
No.
Hold my time.
Let me make it quite clear that I've already expressed my extreme displeasure that a number of our officers did not respect the clearly identifiable media who were there. And in terms of movement through that tent, although a number of the demonstrators and possibly agitators, as a result of the police skirmish line pushing them, may have gone through the tent, at this stage of the investigation, same as the evening of the investigation, I see no excuse for our officers in some of the actions that they took against members of the media, including those in that tent. So let me make that quite clear.
Thank you very much, Chief. I do appreciate that. And I think maybe this is something I'd like to drill down a little deeper. We don't need to do that today, but I want to get an explanation, and I appreciate your response to my questions, but I'd like to get a sense of what was going on there in terms of a strategy that was implemented, if in fact there was one, for the...
Well, I can tell you right now, there was not implemented best of our ability, so that I can answer that question very quickly. That's one of the major command issues, that there was evidently nothing being done.
Maybe you can tell me what we learned from that then, in terms of managing journalists as a separate body from the general public and from people who were there with another agenda. I'm assuming that from the perspective of the people who were on the ground, that journalists are in another category because they're documenting an event, and I would like to be able to discuss that in greater detail. I know you're going to make a subsequent report, so if you could contain something more specific on maybe what went right, what went wrong with respect to the journalists. There was more than just one news agency down there, as we all know. I'd like to get more information on that.
I can make it quite clear with respect to the journalists, not much went right on that day.
Well, I understand, but I'm just trying to understand, where the breakdown occurred, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Zine?
Thank you. If you could hold my time after the questions, because I have a number of questions I'd like to get answered in a quick fashion. I want to compliment the department on the presentation. Obviously in depth, a lot of information, a lot of time obviously spent. I guess, Lieutenant, you were in charge of that. So commendation for putting it all together. The issue on the criminal investigation of those assaulted officers, are there other than the ones that were mentioned, are there other ongoing investigations taking place on assaults on officers?
The coordination is between our Major Crimes Unit and the Counterterrorism Bureau, and more specifically with robbery homicide. And that effort is to seek to determine either information that might become available to us through the public, or review of the videos where we can clearly see an individual engage in a criminal act. Those investigations, Chief McDonald referenced the amount of hours, the number of people that were devoted to that.
So that's continued ongoing?
That's correct.
And also the agitators. I know there were demonstrators who were there demonstrating, and then there were agitators who were involved in criminal activity. We never got an estimate of how many agitators there were. We got a description of the demonstration, but specifically some ballpark figure on the agitators, the one who were the masked doing the throwing rocks and bottles, etc.
The ballpark figure we've been using, I believe, anyway, migrates from 25 to 50. That is, which was somewhat reinforced on most of the video we viewed, depending on who you're talking to at different points in time during the event. The numbers do fluctuate, and so you've even heard us use at different points in time over the last month numbers. And at this time, I think we're comfortable 25 to 50, at least the videos I've seen. I've never seen more than that number. No. And whether they were agitators in the more focused term, or an onlooker who may have taken the opportunity to throw a rock or a bottle versus the agitator group that was moving back and forth between the two locations. So there was there's an expression they use here, looky-lookies, is that who basically those that kind of go along for the ride.
Okay. The other issue is information feedback to the incident commander from any intelligence. Were there intelligence officers that were inside the group other than the uniformed officers? Were there officers there who were specifically there to gather intelligence information, then feed it back to the incident commander?
There were, and that was part of the communication breakdown. Information that they may have been conveying was not assimilated. And in fact, there did not appear to be a great deal of information coming from those officers who had that assignment.
But there were officers assigned to that detail?
There were officers assigned to that, but as to their level of training and instruction, that's part of our investigation to determine were they just assigned there, what was the depth of their instruction, what were their areas of responsibility. I was present for the briefing on the undercover personnel for the May 15th event. And that was very detailed. Those officers who were exposed to the uniformed officers who were going to be on the line of march, how to identify them, how they were to communicate. Those are issues we don't go into publicly, as you can appreciate. Right. But what I don't believe happened on May 1st was what happened on May 15th.
Okay.
What should have happened on May 1st.
And how many help calls, do we have a total number of help calls that were generated by LAPD and the Sheriff's Department during the time that it went sideways there at the park?
Not at this time. We referenced, as you saw in the presentation, a number of specific help calls that were responded to. The first one, the gentleman up on the light pole that was arrested, the response to the transit police. We had help calls from some of the traffic agents subsequent to the dispersal. But I don't believe at this stage, according to Lieutenant Rodriguez, we have a specific number of help calls.
And the motor officer, I think it was a motor sergeant that was knocked off his motorcycle by the three agitators. I understand that an individual was arrested and then was released at the scene, and the statement was, we didn't want to agitate the crowd, and that's why he was released. Can you comment on that?
I have no awareness of that, so whoever your source is for that, Mr. Zine, would appreciate talking with him. That's the first I've heard of that.
Okay, that was reported to me by some motor officers with the department this past weekend.
Again, in terms, I would appreciate then have them talk to us, because they haven't talked to us yet.
And following up on Jan Perry's issue with the media, was there a designated representative from the department that was the media coordinator with the media to be the liaison or the PIO, the link between the media and the department to make sure that nothing went sideways with them?
One of the issues is that we had several officers for media relations there. However, I don't think that anybody from the media knew who they were. They were not clearly identifiable, so that's also an issue we're looking at. And some of the reporting we had from some of the organizers, from some of the press there, were that they were having trouble getting information from the department throughout the afternoon. So some of the changes we're already making is that personnel from media relations in the field will always be in uniform. We'll be clearly outfitting them with either vests or appropriate jackets that they are going to be clearly identified. Because the reality is that most of them work in the office, and when they're in the field reporters just haven't the faintest idea who they are. And that was clearly the case on that day.
And also the issue, liaison with the groups. Was there a liaison between the department and the demonstrating groups, not the agitators themselves, but the demonstrating groups, a liaison established with them?
There was continuing during the planning process, during the day. There were concerns from some of the organizers that some of that was not as comprehensive or continuous as they would have liked. However, as you saw that when we were using our sound truck up at Parkview in Wilshire, that we were working with the organizers who actually were the people in the sound truck conveying to the crowd instructions in Spanish about dispersal. So there were those efforts, but throughout this event, communications within the department, communications external to the department with the media, communications external to the group organizers, that it's quite clear that those are not what they should have been. They certainly were not what we had on May 15th. Excuse me, May 17th. I keep referring to May 15th, May 17th.
Mr. Zine, if you would please press your button again, you're way over
Well, I
your
asked
time.
that my time be held when the questions were being answered.
I've given you quite a bit of time.
All right. Well, I have a couple more questions, if you'll just indulge me.
Can you please press your button again? I would appreciate it. We
I'll
have
be happy to push it.
6 people waiting to speak.
All right, well, if I can get my 2 questions in, then I can finish.
It would be a lot
Or you want me to
more
come back?
considerate. Yes, I would like for you to press your button again.
All right, so you want me to come back?
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. I'll be
Mr.
back.
Alarcon.
One thing that was curious, it seemed that at the point where you had mentioned that the National Lawyers Guild was working with LAPD, trying to move people into the park, and then within a few minutes thereafter, I think about half an hour later, you were trying to move people out of the park, and that seemed to be a curious strategy. So I was wondering if that's one of the areas of concern.
It's clear there was no strategy. That's the concern I have, that the absence of strategy, plans, and in these events, oftentimes you have to improvise. And the improvisation that occurred during this event, we are now clearly finding very deficient.
I'd like to read you a passage that I read in the Daily News, I think it was yesterday. It said, "I'm more than a little surprised at the Daily News, blah, blah, blah. The federal consent decree was unnecessary, but as always, the Daily News doesn't know a thing." It says, "If all federal immigration laws had been enforced as written and intended, there couldn't have been any illegal, unlawful assembly," whatever that means, "for that purpose in Los Angeles. If blame belongs anywhere, it lies at the door of city's politicians who blindly signed the federal consent decree and who ordered that the LAPD not arrest or cause the deportation of federal immigration violators." Now, the troubling thing is that is written by a retired LAPD lieutenant. And I think you know that the facts are incorrect. We certainly do not block anybody from deporting somebody who's acted illegally. But what troubles me here is that the point of the federal consent decree, the most troubling element of the consent decree, is the whole notion of the culture of LAPD, perhaps having a negative sentiment toward certain policies and procedures, as well as certain cultures and ethnic groups. What is implied by this statement is that somehow, because the focus was on illegal immigration, or on immigration, depending on your perspective, that perhaps some officers might act differently. And what I would like to suggest is that in the report that was just presented, there was no mention about the issues in the consent decree related to a cultural problem within LAPD. And I would like to see that addressed, because if, in fact, the officers acted differently because with this crowd, as they would have acted with another crowd that might not have been focused on the issue of illegal immigration, then we have a cultural problem. It's not about policy and tactics and strategy. It's about how do we root out the elements of people who might have a cultural value that's different than and inconsistent with the policies of the Los Angeles Police Department and the City of Los Angeles. And in this case, it might have violated some people's civil rights, and I think all the claims have been indicated that certainly that opinion is in place. So I would like to ask you to respond to that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Time is out.
Well, I have no way of getting into the mind of that retired lieutenant and the confused. I read the similar piece that you just read, and it took me a little while to try to figure out what the hell he was talking about. So in terms of, I wonder if he in fact was a lieutenant in the LAPD, because we have some pretty strict promotion procedures. One, Special Order 40 has nothing to do with the consent decree. Special Order 40, which is the guidelines that were created back in the 1980s by former Chief Darrell Gates in terms of to speak to the department's interaction with its immigrant population. This is a separate policy and procedure from the consent decree itself. I think the lieutenant was trying to imply if we didn't let immigrants, illegal immigrants into the country in the first place, we wouldn't have had a rally that would have required the Los Angeles Police Department to inject itself into that event. I think that's what he was trying to say. God only knows. I can assure you that this department is focused very intently on ensuring the fair and equitable treatment of all people, irrespective of their immigrant status. And we handled hundreds of these events without incident. Events in our minority communities, events involving anti-war, anti-political demonstrations and events. Chief Hillman has, I don't know, you've probably done 1,000 of these things in your lifetime. And, actually, Chief Hillman reminded me, we had a larger event with the same population earlier in the day that went off without incident. Without incident. At that event, however, we did not appear to have some of the provocation that resulted in the police response that we are now here discussing, a group of agitators. The comment about the Lawyers Guild, we work closely with the Lawyers Guild. Chief Hillman has got excellent relationships with them because they oftentimes are very helpful in serving as a buffer between the police and the various rallies and events that we are policing. So the issue of culture within the LAPD, I do not deny that there are some in this department who unfortunately may be racist, who may be brutal, who may be corrupt, but they are fortunately very few, and we very aggressively seek them out. And when we find them, we get rid of them. And we also have very extensive policies and procedures and guidelines in place to keep them out of the department in the first place. So unfortunately, there will be exceptions and aberrations, and we'll basically seek to deal with them when we come across them.
Next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate you all coming here, but I'm very upset, frankly, in part, by what I saw and what I didn't see. Chief, you said it was a command and control breakdown. Explain what broke down.
Well, quite clearly, the leadership involved at that event, the ranking leadership in the department, either did not give appropriate instructions, or the instructions they gave were not clear to those that were receiving them, and at various times during this event did not take action that would have been appropriate. And let me be very specific. Chief Carter, for 19 minutes, marched with that Metro platoon, actually the 3 Metro platoons, across that field. On 11 different occasions, he could have stopped it. To the best of our ability and based on our understanding, he did nothing.
He did not what?
He did nothing.
He did nothing.
He went along for the ride. So that's a command and control breakdown from my perspective when I have a 2-star chief of police who is the senior person on the scene in charge of 600 police officers, who marches behind 100 officers using less lethal weaponry and ammunition, moving a group of agitators into a larger crowd of 4,000 people. I think I have a right to expect more of my leadership team than that lack of action, if you will. Additionally, I had a commander at the other end of the park who gave the order, based on at least our initial investigation, authorizing less lethal force, who also did nothing as the Metro unit moved into the area of the park that he was actually standing in. And as the thousands of people fled that park, they had to run by him.
Right.
He also did nothing. So when I talk about a command and control failure, the 2 senior ranking members, who between them had over 70 years of experience in this department, and they did nothing, well, basically the action I took against them within 24 hours, I think, speaks to my state of mind relative to my lack of confidence in their ability to continue commanding in this department.
Besides resigning them to somewhere else, is there any other action you can take against them?
We will
People
be continuing to evaluate in terms of what action. Chief Carter has indicated his intention to retire from the department. Commander Gray is currently reporting directly to the Chief of Operations, and as this case goes forward, we will make determinations as to what actions may need to be taken against him.
Because I just hope retirement isn't the only thing this officer can do. I mean, the rank and file need to know if an officer doesn't do his job, a command officer doesn't do his job, he doesn't get a chance to retire. He gets a chance to put himself in a situation where maybe there's some action that can be taken against him. Have you thought about any of those?
Nothing I can do to prevent him from retiring, if that's his option, sir. And what I would suggest is the action I took against these two ranking members of the department is probably the most significant action that's been taken in years in this department against ranking members. You may recall that at the beginning, the cops were already saying, oh, sure, it's going to be the same old story. We're going to take the brunt of the heat, and the higher-ups, nothing's going to happen.
Right.
I would also point out that I report to a civilian police commission, and ultimately I will be held accountable by that commission based on my response as well as my actions involving this incident.
No,
and that's something that I fully accept.
I might say, Chief, when we met with you shortly thereafter with the mayor and everybody else, you were very open and very clear, and you were not defensive. You were not, trying to protect anybody. You were like us, wondering what went down and what needs to be done. So I appreciate your attitude, the way you project it. How many officers have we identified that have used either the shooting gun or the baton or something where they might have stepped over the line? Have we identified a number of them?
The Internal Affairs investigation is proceeding with that, attempting, as I've indicated, the 3 levels, those in which we have a complaint against a specific officer, in which an officer can be identified by badge or helmet number. 2, the issue of video that might then be matched up with that complaint. 3, video that we have in which we don't have a complainant, in which we've taken initial action. In that instance, there was a video that was shown there of what appears to be a young man, surrounded by 3 officers, 2 of whom strike him with their batons. Those 3 officers have been, the term we use is benched, pending the further investigation. But under the department protocols, that's the Internal Affairs investigation that will move thoroughly, but we at this particular point in time have not interviewed all the complainants. Many complainants are not being made available to us by their attorneys. So in terms of doing a full investigation, both protecting the officers' rights under their constitutional rights and the Police Officer Bill of Rights, there's certain limitations and protocols to what we can do. And I would encourage the attorneys in these matters that if you have an individual who claims to have been injured by the Los Angeles Police Department, make them available to us or to the Inspector General. Many of them are waiting until they file their lawsuits, and then we'll have to pull that information out in depositions.
Chief, can you give us confidence that Internal Affairs, which is an operation under your control, will be objective enough, and is it possible to give the Inspector General more teeth and more muscle, which is a civilian, isn't it, a separate group? I mean, is it possible to, or is it the right thing to do to have the police investigating themselves?
Under the protocols, the police do these investigations. The Inspector General monitors. As the Inspector General has already indicated, he is free to sit in any of these interviews, has sat in many of them. All of them will be transcribed so that he has access to the transcriptions as well as the audio tapes on this matter. He is the investigating arm for the Civilian Police Commission that I report to. So and we also have the federal monitor that is going to be quite clearly involved. We have the FBI. So there has never been a time in the history of this department when there's been more transparency, more openness and cooperation. You may recall a time in this department when the Inspector General was at war with the department. That is not the case. The Police Commission basically is the entity I report to, and their investigating entity is the Inspector General. And I think he will affirm that he has had no issues with us. Additionally, his input, when it is given, is responded to. his concern. He expressed some concerns, some of the interviews he sat in terms of some of the procedures and the issue of transcripts. As soon as that was brought to our attention, we made corrections based on his input. So again, we have nothing to hide here in the sense of what we are attempting to accomplish, which is, like all of you, trying to find out, to the best of our ability, what happened and how do we prevent it from happening again.
When you think of all of the interest that's been on this consent decree over the last bunch of years, you've come in and you've been dealing with it, and then you see this kind of incident happen where you admit the command was either out of control or didn't think right or didn't act right. What does that do to our relationship, in your mind, with the consent decree and what other people say all the time? I heard it on a talk radio coming here just now about the culture of the department.
Well, actually, let me read to you in response to that, if I may. Here's from the most recent quarterly report of the consent decree monitor. While the details of exactly what occurred and why have yet to be determined, the police actions that occurred on May 1st, 2007 have raised many questions. Los Angeles residents and visitors deserve and rightfully demand that the LAPD respect and uphold the law, protect them from harm when possible, and never needlessly use force. Clearly, a full and thorough investigation of the events of that day is necessary. However, at the same time, we should not allow the incident to obscure the significant progress that has otherwise been made by the department for almost 6 years. Change is difficult. It is particularly difficult in large organizations. It is not unusual or unexpected that vestiges of pre-change behavior may at times be revealed. The challenge for the department is how to respond to this when it occurs. In the aftermath of May 1st, 2007, we are encouraged by the investigations that have been launched by the Department and Police Commission and the personnel actions that they have taken thus far. And while at this point there are many more questions than answers, from our conversations with the Chief of Police and the Inspector General, we believe that the answers to those questions will be obtained. That's from the federal monitors during the most recent quarterly report that was issued after the events of May 1st.
Appreciate that, Chief. And what about this, you hear it all the time, the culture?
The culture that we are trying to change in this department is the culture of isolation. For many years, the Los Angeles Police Department isolated itself from the rest of the law enforcement community. We do it better than anybody else. We don't need to learn from anybody else. They isolated itself clearly from the community, and there is not a minority community in the city that does not feel that the department, for many years, operated in isolation from them. Within the department, entities within the Los Angeles Police Department isolate themselves from each other. And Metropolitan Police, for example, is an entity, because of its particular nature of assignment, is in many respects isolated both from the community day-to-day interaction and from the rest of the department. We are dealing with that isolation. As an example, within that unit, they have 5 different Christmas parties within a 200-some-odd person unit. They've isolated from with each other. So the issue of culture change, I think that I have identified, that have been working on and will be working on for the next 5.5 years with the approval of the Commission, will be breaking down that isolation from the Commission, breaking down that isolation from the public, and breaking down the isolation that exists within units within the department.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. On my first speak, what I'd like to do is that we have a number of people that have come to me and presented a tape in a different point of view, and I'd like to introduce them: Dr. Carr, Mr. Larry Aubrey, Mr. Hassan from the NAACP. Could you all stand? And we worked it out with the president before he left to show their short tape, because it might also reflect that if they can't state a public comment, their tape reflects what their views are. And like any controversial situation, they have a totally different point of view, that this is not an isolated incident, but it is a gradual deterioration of discipline within the department. And so let me ask Channel 35 if you could cue that tape, and then I'll push my button for my questions later.
At 11. A high-speed pursuit ends. Police get their man, but this morning questions about whether officers used reasonable force during the arrest.
The suspect decides it's time to surrender. He puts his hands in the air, drops to his knees, then police force him to the ground to make the arrest. A third officer comes to help out. He uses his police flashlight to hit the suspect 10 times.
Probably the one item that we've gotten more calls about since this incident occurred, and I think you've commented on it also, but I think it's important, is the issue of I think one of the national radio or national TV stations on your comment regarding Mr. Ali with the nitwit comment. Now, one of the things that came to my attention, and we probably got about a dozen calls on it, was that over a period of time, there's probably been several comments similar, or people perceived to be similar to that they also perceive have been primarily directed to minority communities. And maybe you can comment on that. I think it started off maybe about a year ago. I think it was a comment about a shooting, and you made a comment about that dealt with the term tribal, and then later I think there's been comments about issues of dealing with thugs or terrorists, and people have been offended by some of those statements, and I'm just wondering, particularly as they relate to them as being related to minority communities in general or specifically, just what your comment is on that.
None of those would be intended to demean any community in this city. I think my record on the issues of race, ethnicity, gay issues is quite clear. If you have problems with it, well, that's your problem.
And let me just ask you, what you said earlier, if I had a problem with it, it's my problem?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. The one thing I'd just like to say to you also is that, and I agree with Mr. Ludlow, that we do have to keep the rhetoric down, but I think it's on both sides. And I think the issue that we're hearing and people are offended by it is the fact that they believe it's directed at minority communities, and they believe that when they hear these statements, they don't see them as a general statement at other communities. They view them as incidents in their community. So I bring that to your attention in hopes that...
Well, I appreciate that, and I regret that if that is in fact perceived that way, because that is certainly not the intent.
And hopefully, on reflection, your statement is whether it's my problem, you'll realize I'm representing 250,000 people.
I do understand that.
Thank you.
Hey, put your handcuffs on. I can't breathe. Avoid and stop the car. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Go. I can't breathe, please.
We thought it'd be important, number one, to share the LMU poll, particularly now that it's completed. I think there were some preliminary statements made in the paper about the preliminary draft. It is now a completed poll, and I think what I think is relevant about their material is that it's updated and accurate, and it gives us some indication as to what the community sentiment is, the very people that receive the service from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Support for LAPD seems to be high amongst all ethnicities. However, the political position of Chief Bratton seems to be taking a greater hit than the institution of Los Angeles Police Department. African Americans, as African Americans, seem to have lower support for Chief Bratton. Initially, it seems as though Anglos or whites are answering somewhat effective and very effective, more so than are African Americans and Latinos.
The major breakdown that still occurs today is the issue of communication. When we call in to report a crime, we're put on hold 20 minutes. We're put on hold for a long amount of time, and we're spending millions of dollars in public safety. We've got these new systems coming on board, but even when you reach an individual, the rudeness, or either they're tired, they're burned out, they don't want to speak to a person who is not speaking clearly in English, and how folks are treated is beyond me. I mean, if we were to make this a community service, a public service gauge, we would fail miserably given who is on the other side of that line when our communities call. So how we pay attention to that, how we improve that, is something that I believe is critical if we're going to talk about more confidence and a strong relationship with the community to support the chief and all the good work that's been done by the men and women in blue. But those are fundamental issues that continues to escape us. And it's something I really believe we should try to focus on, is our ability to communicate with our communities at that basic level when you call emergency.
Was on this motion to find out how we could make sure that before it became a done deal, that we really reached out to the community.
In 2000, I believe, in 6, we showed that there was over 6,000 complaints taken by the police department and only about 400 people were disciplined. This accountability or lack of is probably one of the largest issues in the community, and that they can bring up as to relating to how they interact with the police, particularly when we know that the interpersonal relationship, the improper remarks, and those complaints have risen significantly, yet the response of the department has been minimal in their mind, or minimal to none. If things should erupt in the city, we don't want people to say, I wasn't aware, I didn't know. The whole purpose of bringing it today is to have the input and hope that it's taken in the spirit of why it's given, and hope that it will drive people to do the right thing, outreach to communities that have felt as though they're not a part of the process.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Henry.
And I'm Anna Garcia. At least 25 people were hurt last night, including 8 police officers. News media captured a lot of this confrontation, and sometimes it appeared that the media were also the target.
Still, Police Chief Bratton says about 50 people among the demonstrators were agitators determined to have a confrontation with police, and he says they got one.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Our next speaker will be Mr. LaBonge.
Very much. How's everybody doing at that table? I think the important thing is to look at the history that has happened throughout time and the challenges of being a police officer. The challenges of being a police officer. I remember in my 33 years where there were incidents on Wilshire Boulevard, long before there were video cameras, there were film cameras at Bixel. The whole issue, and you may have been there, Michael, as a young police officer, and people wanted to get into a situation. It was absolutely horrible to see my city projected on television as I was in El Salvador, in San Salvador, awaiting the arrival of a delegation from Los Angeles to bring goodwill and to intercede in the areas that we have a relationship as president of Sister Cities. You know what's the first thing I thought of, members? Third things I thought of, because I saw Parkview, and it was 6 o'clock, 2 hours time difference from El Salvador. I could tell the streets. I used to work MacArthur Park when it used to be in the 4th when I was a deputy for John, is there was the line, the police officers and the demonstrators. And it reminded me of Marshall and Lincoln in 1970, when 2 teams stayed on the field long after the game was over and something bad happened. It's horrible that the city was projected that way, and deep steps have to be taken to try to correct that. You know, whatever it is, deep steps have to be taken to correct it. But when I say that, go back to 1970, when I was in high school, teams stay on the field, you have to separate them, unfortunately. And I don't know what the deal was. I kind of wish I was there. I hope the city attorney goes to these things in the future and add input there. I just had a major incident in my district in Griffith Park, and every department was there, police, DOT, everybody at the command center. I haven't been to a police incident like this nature since I was a deputy. I hope you gather all these different people to add input on that. You said planning went wrong from the beginning, Mr. McDonald, Chief, Assistant Chief. I asked a question. Was this a permitted event? Just so I could get that straight.
The march during the daytime downtown was a permitted event. The rally in the evening time at the soccer field area that we showed up on the screen, there was a permitted event. The march to that was not. That's why it was broken up to 3 in the hopes that people would come and then assemble there.
Were the streets open or closed, or was Wilshire opened after the march went into the park?
That was one of the issues that they were dealing with, was trying to get people off of Wilshire into the park. The organizers were working with the police. You saw the sound truck there. That was the goal, to get people off the street, to open up Wilshire as a main thoroughfare, get people into the park where that rally was permitted. That became problematic, and as you saw, the agitators back and forth. And there were a lot of people who weren't agitators who were following just to see what was going on, but coming out into the street.
But the toughest thing, and I'll address you because I know you pretty well, someone calls you a name, you got to take it, right?
Right.
You know, and that's one of the objectives of a police officer. It's very difficult. And how you make the decisions to go into, you know, when I was watching, I saw it at 6 o'clock, it was 2 hours difference, and it was a skirmish line at Parkview and Wilshire. I thought, okay, man, there's going to be a fight. But there was a schedule that I had to keep, This was on CNN or whatever it is, and later on in the evening when I came back and when others from the delegation arrived, the thing all went sideways on that. What could be done to prevent that from happening again? That's what I want to know. If you could hold my time, if I got any.
Well, I think Chief Hillman spoke to some of the things that we would have liked to have seen done would be initially, as much dialogue as possible between the organizers and our folks. I think that was done. There was dialogue throughout the day to the degree that we were able to shape the march and the rally and to be able to get compliance with what we needed to get done. Other than the agitators, for the most part, that was done. That was a good thing.
But a few guys could mess it up for you. Training is so important. I think it's so important that Chief Hillman is in that role now. Training, and the discipline. I don't want to break the spirit of police officers. I think the police department is working more effectively in the communities throughout that I've reached out to than ever before in trying to do the minimal. There have been more problems in the past, but training is so important and teaching that. And also the other thing too, if I could ask the Chief of Police to make sure one of the groups, just a second there, Madam President.
Mr. LaMange, if you could wind up, please.
I will, but I just need to get a little direction in here. Okay. If we could make sure an outreach to all the consulates, because the image of Los Angeles was tarnished. The image of the LAPD was tarnished. People were hurt. People were, there's a whole conflict there. But the consulates throughout Los Angeles, of which there's over 100, if you could have a meeting with them to reach out, to tell some story and to listen to what they say. It was a different position to be out of the country and to see your city projected, and then to be with the local press and how they saw this horrible situation. And at the same time, training is so important, to review it all the time. Because, it's just like the earthquake. We haven't had an earthquake drill in a long time, members. But you know what's going to happen? Another earthquake's going to come. And you got to train. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Certainly, I think these images are disturbing to many of us. But I'll start by saying I don't think any of us are comfortable with police officers who are out there doing their job and getting assaulted, getting rocks and bottles and unknown bricks, I think was one of them. I mean, I don't think any of us stand here today and in any way feel good about that. I mean, our officers are out there every day doing their job. Majority of them are decent officers. So no one feels good. I cringe when I see the videos, the video images of objects being thrown at our officers. But I certainly also cringe at the images of look like innocent people in the park who were really getting roughed up. The news media, it did not look good having our news media roughed up. I think I'm going to just lay out some of my concerns, and then maybe any of you can respond to it. Certainly, one of the concerns I have, particularly since what happened at the DNC in 2000. Actually, I was a brand new council member in 2001. Those were some of the first lawsuits that I had to personally deal with, and I won't forget some of the injured that actually came here. There was one woman whose eye socket had been displaced. I mean, it was pretty gruesome as a new council member to deal with those lawsuits, and we had to pay out, as millions on that. I think what's disturbing to me is that Commander Gray was, according to the reports, was the one who gave that order to shoot people with less lethal weapon at the DNC, and then to come find out 7 years later, it was Commander Gray who gave that same order to shoot with less lethal weapon. That concerns me because we sit here and say, what do we learn? What can we learn? What's going to be different? And that seems kind of a huge, it's like sitting out there for me that was the same person who gave both those orders and resulted in something going badly wrong. And maybe you can speak to that. And I guess what I'm trying to get from all of this was it the order that was wrong? Was any of those orders wrong to shoot with less lethal weapon, to disperse the crowd, to move, to clear the park? Were those orders wrong, or was it wrong in how it was carried out by the rank and file officers who were carrying it out? Were they doing what they were told to do, or were even some of them, as we've heard, maybe crossing the line in how they took their offer? So I'm trying to kind of figure out what was wrong. Was it the order? If you had to do it again, would you still give the order to disperse? Would you still give the order to begin shooting those less lethal weapons? And is it ever appropriate to shoot? There were some images of, in the back. One guy had one of those rubber bullets in his back. Is that ever appropriate to shoot someone in the back, no matter how far away they? It looked like an order was given to disperse, and it was very difficult to leave quickly enough to not be within that range of however many feet that it seems allowable to shoot the less lethal weapons. I guess that's what I want to know. What was wrong? Was it the order? And the other thing is, certainly the agitators were talked about. You probably talked about that before the event. Those were agitators that we know kind of show up at those events. We're aware of them. But what became the difference between, and there was one comment on the video about, this is a different crowd here than what we had before. So what becomes different from, I think we're all kind of sympathetic to this feeling against those agitators, but what transpires between knowing it's the agitators, the guys with the bandanas, guys throwing, to we're in the park now and we've got mothers with strollers and we've got news media, and how is there training to differentiate between, those agitators those looked really scary to me too, and then what we saw in the park, being pushed and shoved and beaten and shot out. What training helps with that? So those are just some of the concerns I have. Commander Gray, was it the order that was wrong, or was it how it was implemented? And then how do we differentiate out there on the field between the agitators and between what really looked like innocent people in the park? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hahn. Earl Paysinger. Like the chief and my colleagues at the table and all of us in this room, we're just extremely troubled. And to this day, having not yet interviewed all the individuals who were a part of this particular episode, we're still grappling for answers. It's not anything that really escapes us in terms of the depth of how it affected the city, like Councilmember Labange mentioned, but we're efforting to get there. Today was the first throes of really outlining some of the issues that confronted us that day. And my great hope and expectation, as the chief mentioned, is that we come to grips with not only the sins of commission, but the sins of omission as well, not giving the proper leadership and guidance and direction from the top down, all of us included. But to the specific point of your question as it relates to training, we have embarked upon a very diligent effort to provide the kind of in-depth training to our very new command team that we think will really give them the ability to feel and understand not only the tactical dimensions of some of the challenges that we deal with, but those that exist in that framework of humanity. I have to say, and it's something that I bring forth all the time to the management team, to the executive team in the organization, we are morphing, we are growing. We have a management team that in the not too distant future, as a matter of fact, by the end of this month, every patrol captain in the Los Angeles Police Department will still be on probation. The evolution of the organization is something that I've never seen before in my over 3 decades with this organization. And so not only the situation that we've seen that occurred here about a month or so ago, but the youth and inexperience of our organization really drives us to get better and to arm them with the kind of sensitivity training I believe that they need that will give them the proper tools to be better leaders. like Chief McDonald mentioned, on the 8th, we're bringing them all together and giving them a wide berth, a wide breadth of training having to do with command and control, use of force, media, creating inoculation.
Maybe I should step back and say, what was talked about before May 1st? Because certainly we all were aware of May 1st. I mean, I was getting briefed on how I drove into City Hall that morning. Everyone knew that May 1st was happening. The news media was kind of playing up to it. A lot of people everywhere in the city were being told about certain streets. So maybe we should step back and say, what was Metro being, how are we talking about it before May 1st? Was there a major meeting, command staff? What happened at roll call? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I mean, even we as civilians were being briefed on May 1st and what we should do and shouldn't do, where should we drive, what time we should try to get to City Hall. I mean, it was like a big deal, May 1st.
Ms. Hahn, you're over a bit, so
Okay,
we'll
thank you.
wrap this up.
All right.
May 1st is not the first time that May 1st has ever come in the city of Los Angeles. Historically, there has always been events that have happened on May 1st that have been troublesome in some ways. And the issue is, I'll be happy to talk to you offline. It was clear to me as one of the senior members of this department that the understanding and the application of less lethal munitions and when they should and when they should not be used, how they should be used, and when it was time to make an arrest, we've got some work to do, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just have a couple of questions. First is on the agitators. Do we in fact have it in any tactical manual or as a policy that we first isolate agitators if we could identify them? Or is it just on an ad hoc basis? It's a strategy we use out there without it being written anywhere. Please hold my time.
Yes, sir. It's more than just a strategy. It's a matter of many of the settlement issues that we have engaged in, certainly myself personally, and having to become involved in these issues. It is more than a strategy. It's a procedure that if we can attempt to isolate the agitators or the people that are involved in unlawful conduct, what we want to do is isolate them if we can, and to be able to surgically, and that's my term, to be able to go in and try to remove them. That may not always be possible, but the strategy needs to be the first step in that type of direction as to where we identify, isolate, and then attempt to remove, stop what is occurring.
Now, these agitators are at every major march that I've seen, practically every march here in Los Angeles. We haven't seen, at least in the 2 years I've been on council, anything happen like this yet. We've had many marches. This is the first incidence of this. In the others, did we have agitators, and were they isolated?
Did we have agitators at this event on May 1st?
No, on the other marches within the last year or two. We've seen
yes.
plenty of marches.
Yes.
And what were the tactics used in those, if you could recall?
Well, March the 25th of 2006, I grew up in the city of Los Angeles. I had a chance to see close to 1 million people that showed up in downtown, and it was a great event. The event started early in the morning and had a lot of people that had a variety of different interests and different issues, but it was all a First Amendment issue. To answer your question directly, there were agitators in that event, and they were surgically removed.
They were surgically removed.
Yes, sir, they were.
And it's safe to say that that didn't happen here, correct?
I again, was not involved in the May 1st event, and what I know of it, it does not appear that that was the case in my mind.
Thank you. I have a number of questions, and I know we've heard from quite a bit of people today. It was a relatively good discussion. A lot more discussion needs to take place. I believe today we did see, I think, a report that was a matter-of-fact report. I'm very interested in seeing how do we relay the facts that we saw today with our policies, how they mesh, where did we go wrong, where are we missing, or the gaps in our policies that we perhaps need to correct. I'm very interested in seeing that, as well as following the personnel proceedings. How do we follow that in a public way within the laws that protect identities, that will let the public know that the city and the department is doing something about anybody who committed a crime or who went out of their duty. And I think that's more of what the public wants to hear. We didn't get that today, I feel, but I understand it's a very preliminary report. With that in mind, Madam Chair, I did have a motion I want to make, or a recommendation for us how to move forward here. I'm not sure if we have other people on queue, but I wanted to recommend that we actually continue this item pending the completion of the final report, but recognizing that it's going to be difficult to really say what is the final report, because in fact there's going to be personnel proceedings moving forward, there's going to be lawsuits moving forward, and the panel that's discussed with the two co-chairs are very interested in following those proceedings. So, well, first let me ask, do we know when the final report will be completed? Do you have any ballpark figure?
It'll be months down the line.
No?
No.
No? I would recommend then that we continue this item pending a final report being submitted to the panel, a task force that was created by President Garcetti. And after that, the panel's review, which is going to have several more public hearings in the community, we would then come back, present those findings along with the panel's task force's recommendations, along with the Inspector General's report, understanding that they report to the Police Commission, and then come back to the council when there is some time, which is difficult to pinpoint right now, as to when some finality could be reached. Well, I guess it won't be a finality, but close to some other time when we can come back to council and further discuss this motion.
Mr. Reyes.
Madam President, my understanding is that a number of our body here in this council will be leaving because of an off-site committee, that we would be losing quorum. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate. There's a special meeting, Arts Parks, regarding the Griffith Park fire. A number of the individuals in this chamber now have to leave for that meeting. But I am going to, depending on the outcome, I will allow public comment today. But if Mr. Huizar's making a motion.
I would like to thank Councilor Huizar for that motion, and Councilor Weiss. The last thing we need is for this to be viewed as a rubber stamp process. We're hearing some very real words, observations from our command staff and our chief about what went wrong. It's vital that we also take this dialogue to a level where the community folks understand that we are being responsible in our actions and how we're addressing this issue. And so by continuing this, it will give us the ability to identify what we can do within the law, respecting the individuals in the personnel process, because that is the law, but also bring in that level of credibility in how we proceed in a very concerted and managed fashion that allows those who were affected both physically, emotionally by the incidents to have that sense of comfort that we're moving in a very constructive fashion. So with that, I would encourage that we do continue this and that we allow for the coordination with the task force to get to a point where we can engender that level of credibility in the process.
Madam Clerk, the motion has been made by Mr. Huizar and seconded by Mr. Reyes to continue this item. If I am correct in my assumption, we can hold this on the desk while I allow public comment to take place and then take the vote. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that's correct, but there's really nothing to vote on right now since this is going to be continued, so.
So without objection. In the meantime, I do want to allow 1 minute each for the people who have come here to speak publicly on the record today, and I'll call them three at a time. The first three speakers, Ron Hassan, Furpo Carr, and Peter Bibbering. 1 minute each, please.
Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Ron Hassan. I am the president of the Beverly Hills Hollywood branch of the NAACP. I'm here representing a little over 1,000 constituents that are members of our branch. What I would really like to say, I kind of changed my speech up based upon what I've heard here today. And what I've heard is a part of the frustration that has been exemplified by the many members that have called us. Basically, what I've interpreted and much of what I've heard is that what it appears is the city of Los Angeles is being used as a training ground to bring people in to train them for how to deal with issues of this nature. Certainly, the May Day incident is a continuum of incidents that have occurred in the city of Los Angeles, and I guess the expectation of the citizens within our community is that our police department is one that is prepared to deal with those issues and to effectively be able to supervise and manage incidents of this nature.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon. Furpo Carr here. I was born and raised here in Los Angeles. I've lived in Watts as well as Woodland Hills. I'd like to say that the PowerPoint presentation that we've seen is skewed, seriously flawed. The chief called it an aberration. This creates a conundrum. Why is that? Well, because what is it when you have a pattern of isolated incidents or an association of aberrations? The question becomes, when does a sustainable series of sidetracks cease becoming sidetracks? We have the case of Devin Brown, Susan Pena, William Cardenas, Stanley Miller, and Devin Brown. A series of isolated incidents? I don't think so, quite frankly. It reminds me of the 10 blind men who felt the elephant and each decided or described what the elephant looked like. One said it was a tail, or like a tail. The other said it was like, the feet. But interestingly enough, they were all wrong.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, who will be followed by Guillermo Suarez and Larry Aubrey.
Thank you very much. Peter Biebring of the ACLU of Southern California. The City of Los Angeles was promised an open and thorough investigation into the incident at MacArthur Park, but the preliminary after-action reports set forth today falls disturbingly short of that promise. In its omissions of critical facts and failure to address pivotal questions, the preliminary report threatens to be the first draft of a revisionist history that will gloss over failures in training, tactics, or command and fail to find any need for improvements or reforms. Today's report purports to address what occurred minute by minute, but does not say when or why the LAPD decided to clear the entire park of thousands of peaceful participants, what training, policy, or order could have made officers think they were justified using foam bullets and batons on families or members of the media whose credentials were obviously displayed and who were neither resisting arrest nor posing a danger to other officers. As the council drew out, these are the questions Los Angeles needs answered most and were ignored by the department's report.
Thank you very much. Mr. Aubrey, followed by Jeremy Roth Kuschel.
My name is Larry Aubrey. I'm representing the Community Call to Action and Accountability, CCAA. The behavior of LAPD officers on May 1st demonstrators and media confirms CCAA's opposition to the reappointment of Chief Bratton. He has not stemmed the violent, oppressive culture and attitudes of LAPD. CCAA condemns LAPD's brutal action against the demonstrators and media in MacArthur Park. The current response underscores LAPD's double standard in a way. It's commendable that they move so quickly, but usually they do not move quickly. Devin Brown, Susan Pena, any number of other cases, interminable delays in dealing with the average citizen and their concerns. We call for a chief of police that will be fair and impartial, professionally committed to transparency, works to build the trust of the people in the community, and demonstrates respect for members of the African American and Latino communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, who will be followed by Joseph Gell.
I don't think he's here, but okay. My name is Jeremy William Roth Kuschel, and I was born and raised in Los Angeles. And I was there that day, and I got shot in the back with a rubber bullet. But it's healing very well. And I told the police commission about a month ago that it would heal very well, and it has, but there are deeper injuries here that have not healed. And I was there that day, and I just showed up 5 minutes before I saw this, squawking animals of motorcycles hurting our elders, running into them, batons being used against people rather than effective, engaging communication. And so I stood my ground there. I didn't come to agitate, I didn't come to provoke police, but I did come there to defend the Constitution, the First Amendment. I would have done it for the police officers there, and I did, in fact, because I got hit by food flying by, and I said, stop. And so I did protect the police officers too. But I ended up getting shot in the back trying to, defend people's right out there. And I think a lot of this comes down to a culture of silence. Many public officials are being profoundly silent about very deep elements. So I suggest a broken constitution policy, not a broken windows policy.
Thank you very much. Rosie Rios, followed by Pete White, followed by Tom Hayden.
It's an honor to stand before you. I have a nonprofit organization called Cover the Homeless. I would like to thank you, Jan Perry, for the awesome job you're doing in South Central Family Health Center in terms of cleaning up the alley. And I also would like to thank Jan Hahn for the gang task force in South Central. We do have the police there, and she's doing an awesome job. She's there every Monday, and we thank you. We are getting something done, and we don't have that type of situation out there because of Jan Hahn. Now, what I want to say is that a lot of those people at the park probably was homeless. And the problem is now that we have over 91,000 people that's homeless each given night, only 5,000 beds available. I've been working with the homeless way over 50 years. And what the problem is that we need more affordable houses. Jan, we need your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pete White. Pete White is General Dogon.
Pete White, Los Angeles Community Action Network. Only in LA would we see such a Hollywood presentation of utter breakdown and confusion. The May Day melee was not an aberration. It was not an anomaly. It is simply business as usual for an LAPD under the leadership or lack thereof of Chief Bull Connors Bratton. He has simply replaced the water hoses and dogs with rubber bullets and batons. The intention is the same. Business as usual for Susie Pena, Stanley Miller, Devin Brown, and the 7,000 predominantly African Americans who have indiscriminately been targeted and arrested in Skid Row by Bratton's brown shirts. The May Day melee is simply the culmination of a series of events during Bratton's tenure that served to sour the public's palate and opinion of the LAPD and Bratton. Bratton, make this a real Hollywood moment. Leave your gun and badge on the table and ride out of town in the sunset. We say at LA Can, send them packing straight back to Boston right now.
Mr. Hayden, and then General Dogon, and after General Dogon will be Joseph Thomas.
I want to thank you, the council, for continuing this matter. In the 55 seconds that I now have, I just want to share my reaction to this tape, which I've seen twice. It refers to anarchist agitators 29 times. It refers to rocks and bottles 32 times. There were 144 rounds fired. There were only 5 people arrested. There is virtually no attention to the perspective of the media, scores of whom were there. There are only 2 brief scenes, and one of them of the same person. And there's virtually no visual attention to civilians who were swept out of the park as apparently a solution to agitators in the street. So it's a beginning, but it's not objective, it's not fair and balanced, and I hope, therefore, that the investigation will continue. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. General Dogon. Michael Carrion will be after General Dogon.
General Dogon, Los Angeles Community Action Network here on Skid Row. Many of our members and residents was in MacArthur's Park on May 1st. Because of the racist and oppressive Safer Cities police, many of our residents have either been driven out downtown area, or they just go to MacArthur's Park for a day of relaxation. Well, on May 1st, they was beaten and tear gas. This is not an isolated issue. This is the history of LAPD. LAPD has been directly responsible for every riot that happened in LA. If I were to take a club and beat Bratton over the head with it, I'd be arrested, convicted, and the only thing that would beat me to prison would be the headlights on the bus. We the people is not going to just sit back with loving open hands, as one council member said we should do, you understand me? And once again, wait for you to bend LAPD over the knees and spank her on the fanny like a 3-year-old toddler for her crimes. Hell no. If you live by the sword, you should die by the sword. We, the people, demand justice. I stand with all immigrants and all poor and oppressed people. We want criminal charges brought on LAPD. I'm going to tell the people what each and every council member said.
Thank you very much.
We're going to watch y'all and make sure y'all do.
Thank you very much, General. Our next speaker will be Melrose Larry Green, followed by Becky Dennison, who will be followed by Arnold Sachs.
Yes,
Melrose Larry Green. I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Michael Carrion.
Okay, great. And then Melrose will be after you.
Okay. My name is Michael Carrion, and you all heard it here, you all saw the tape. It starts from the top. Chief Bratton's attitude towards Mr. Parks goes down the ladder. That attitude and that culture is what's brewing here. You don't like it, that's your problem. That's the attitude in the police department. That's the culture in the police department. You don't like it? Let me beat the shit out of you with a stick. Okay? We call that flashlight therapy. You saw that on there. Okay? The attitude in the police department talks about agitators. They forgot to tell you that they were the agitators there. Nowhere did your film show that the police were doing the agitating. But yet, they speak of the agitators. You know when the problem became up? When they say the so-called agitators met the Metro Squad, the LAPD agitators. You put two agitators together and you got a brawl.
Thank you very much,
Look at the tape.
Melrose
Didn't
Larry
happen
Green.
until Metro was involved.
Then Becky Dennison. And then Mr. Sachs.
I only have 1 minute, so I'll move quickly.
And before he speaks, the public should be reminded to keep their comments within the decorum of this body.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Green.
you, City Attorney. Thank you. First of all, this has been a great meeting, and I'm sorry the mayor wasn't here. He's probably out with Hillary Clinton someplace. But let me say that I support the LAPD, and here's what I would have done differently on May 1st. We all saw those rocks and bottles being thrown. I don't know why those people weren't arrested right then and there. Right then and there. Everyone throwing rocks and bottles should have been arrested and taken away in a paddy wagon. I live in the 4th District. I live in the Tom LaBonge's district. I didn't want to see those bullets being used, but had those people been arrested when they threw rocks and bottles, probably wouldn't have had to use those bullets. But you know what? When all is said and done, I support Chief Bratton. When the day is done, I don't agree with him on everything, but he's a darn good chief. And you folks here at this corner, you're running the LAPD right here, and you're running it well. You're protecting the Melrose Larry Greens of this city, most of whom are at work right now. Thank you very much.
Miss Becky Dennison, and then Mr. Arnold Sachs, and Mr. Tut Hayes.
I'm Becky Dennison. I live and work in the city of Los Angeles, and I just want to express my anger that LAPD has spent endless resources creating this very high-tech presentation to actually justify their illegal and immoral actions on May 1st instead of being accountable for them. And even if you believe their very carefully crafted excuse that these agitators were the actual problem that day, then we should have seen them arrested, detained, or removed. But I don't believe those civilians were the problem. I believe that hundreds of officers were the aggressors that day. They injured dozens of adults and children, and they terrorized thousands of law-abiding people. Our staff and members were at this event, and I received frantic phone calls in our office that day. Never once does the tape show people yelling, screaming, fearfully, running, trying to find a way out of this park. How should we get back? How can we get back? Our folks are dependent on public transportation. They couldn't find a way out of this situation, and that's what needs to be explained in these public presentations. That's what needs to be held accountable. And Chief Bratton, this went on for 2 hours and was on TV. So his excuse that he's not accountable because he wasn't there is not acceptable either.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sachs.
The May Day police action.
Excuse me, sir, can you identify yourself on the record?
Savage. Ernest Savage, I believe you're, I don't know.
I did not receive a speaker card from you. Next speaker is Mr. Arnold Sachs.
That gentleman there, maybe it's read wrong or my handwriting.
No, I didn't read wrong. If you could let Mr. Sachs speak next, and if you have submitted a card, the officer will walk it over to me.
Good afternoon. I have just really one grave concern. Was reported during the discussion the use of intelligence officers to infiltrate the organizations. That's a really grave concern. What was the purpose of intelligence officers infiltrating a supposedly peaceful march that was authorized by the city? And brings back memories of government intervention. If you have intelligence officers within the organizations, then you might have intelligence officers acting as agitators to provoke a confrontation. Something needs to be done to check into this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we cut away to the Van Nuys City Hall for Sharon Brewer and Miriam Fogler as our final two speakers. 1 minute each, please, if they are still there. Yes.
We're still here. I have some questions. One, why allow a possible, Sharon Brewer, sorry. Why allow a possible controversial event to involve an area that cannot be controlled, like a park, public park? Have the event organizers should have to provide own security to control estimated crowd size. When people are told to disperse, they need to take and leave and not go forward and get involved with the police. The other thing that I really don't like is when somebody goes and references Susie Pena and Devin Brown. The police didn't put either one of those individuals in the situation. Devin Brown put himself in there by stealing a car, and Susie, her father, ended up putting her there. So please don't blame the police. Maybe there was overreaction, but don't blame them for the situation that somebody else caused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hayes, while the next speaker is proceeding, why don't you come back to the mic? Miriam Fogler, and then Mr. Tut Hayes.
Code 727.
Mr. Hayes, Ms. Fogler will speak, and then we'll cut back to you. You can stay at the mic, though, if you would, please. Ms. Fogler?
Hello. Where was the chief? We needed him there. If we're going to have this kind of thing, we should have leadership. And I tell you, what Chief Bratton said was very good. I just wish that it was more organized and that it wouldn't go in the park. You know, you can't organize very well in a park. It should have been open field, an open area where everybody was all situated, and if anybody was presenting any bottles or anything, endangering the public and the officers, it should have been taken care of. And people should just moved away and get out of the way, because the police were telling them to move away. And I don't know, there's just a lot of people who are pushing buttons out there, and, you know, need to be more careful, very, very careful, and, you know, thinking very clearly what to take next. Don't panic, just take each step at a time, and that's what the officer should have done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hayes, you are our next speaker, followed by Ernest Savage, who is our last speaker on this item.
California State Penal Code Section 727. If the persons assembled do not immediately disperse, the magistrates and officers must arrest them. Arrest them. Not shoot them, not beat them, not punish them, not torture them, but arrest them. 5 people were arrested, no one arrested for failure to disperse. I know that this body will not handle this. This is Rodney King redux 50 times. Rodney King, 50 times. I have a photograph I want you to try to assist me in getting. It's a photograph showing a mounted police officer coming up City Hall steps with a saber in his hand and a young man seated on the steps of City Hall with his arm upraised to defend himself from the blow. The photograph is taken from behind, so I'm wondering what happened to that photographer. Nevertheless, there are 2 United Nations committees that are interested in this sort of thing. One that deals with torture, which this is actually torture. And the other one deals with immigrants and how they're treated in host countries. So that's where it finally will be determined.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Savage is our next and final speaker on this item.
1 minute for the public, huh? The Mayday police action was a direct result and fits the pattern of the broken windows, zero-tolerance policing. How do I know this? The record is clear. While Bratton was the police commissioner of New York, allegations of police misconduct reported to the Civilian Complaint Review Board increased 68%. Claims of police abuse filed in court increased 39%, while settlements paid on claims alleging improper police actions increased 45%. God help you if you were poor and black and brown. In a report dated June 1996, Amnesty International found, quote, "The large majority of victims of police abuses are racial minorities. Racial disparities appear to be especially marked in cases involving deaths in custody or questionable shootings." I have a 3-minute speech, but of course,
I'm
just
sorry,
a
you only have
member of
1
the
minute,
public.
sir. Thank you very much. That closes the public hearing on this matter, and this matter will be continued. Madam Clerk, our next item, I believe, is 14.
Item 14 was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Yes, Mr.
Can I get some clarification? I didn't understand Mr. Weezar's motion to continue it was going to stop discussion today. And I was wondering, do we have a date certain of when we come back? Because I think there was like 5 or 6 people on the queue. I think Mr. Weezar was talking about the reporting versus the discussion.
Mr. Huizar, would you like to take a second to clarify your motion?
Yes. My motion asked that we continue the discussion, the report, the item, the motion, so that a final report could be brought to the task force created by Mr. Garcetti in conjunction with the Inspector General's report, and then the task force report back to the council. There is no time certain because, as the chief responded to my question when the final report will be completed, we don't know. So there is no time certain. That's for the report itself. I leave it up to the chair or procedures if other members wish to speak, but I don't intend to close discussion today. I'm just talking about the report itself.
Mr. Parks?
Yeah. If that's the case, then I would like to see if we could move it to next week. What's today, Wednesday? Next Wednesday, to continue the discussion and allow Mr. Weezar's request for the report to go forward. But I think there's a number of people on the queue that were not satisfied. I know I still have a list of questions.
For the record, the people include Mr. Weiss, Zine, Rosendahl, Parks, and Reyes.
Yeah.
Do we have an understanding that, do we have a second to your motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Weezer? Mr. City Attorney, would that then supersede Mr. Weezar's first action?
Well, no, it wouldn't. And actually, this clarifies the date certain to which it will be continued.
I need some kind of a recommendation as to how we can work this out then. So we have
I think there's two different issues.
I think if we approve Mr. Weezar's motion, then the matter goes back to the committee that was established for this purpose and let it go forward at that level before it comes back to the council.
That does raise a good point, which is, for the public's case, they want some closure to this. We don't know what that closure is.
Right.
I would ask for an interim report in 30 days or so for it to come back to council and have a reporting where we are, have the panel, the two co-chairs, Mr. Weiss and Mr. Reyes, come back and report to us where we are. And if there's still people on the queue, I don't think anybody would have problems with them speaking today. You know, there's
The only
two
problem with that is we're about to lose a quorum, and that's the problem. Mr. Parks?
I think those that are on the queue, I would think, would be willing to wait till next week and have their questions answered, but we do not interfere with Mr. Weezar's motion about the report. And I think that would be a satisfactory resolution.
Mr. Labange?
Robert rules, I think you would say, continue at a week, time certain, and then do your motion then.
Okay.
Okay. I have a...
President?
Yes, Mr. Stein?
There were issues that are being raised that we need to have answers to prior to the report being completed and submitted. And that's why I think it's important if we come back next week and present those questions, when they bring their report, their final report or the next report, they'll be able to answer some of the questions that I and many of my colleagues have. They're going to submit their report, but we have questions that need to be included in that response. So I think it would be appropriate if we call them back next week, ask those questions, and then they can come back at a later time with Mr. Weezar's concerns, and then we'll have a comprehensive package, because many unresolved questions that many of us have that aren't answered. And if we just let it go forward and come back when they complete the report, we're still not going to get those questions answered.
I think
Mr. Parks
the request on
didn't
the
get to
table
answer any
now is
questions.
for an interim report next week. I think that it's been modified, if I'm correct, so that may address your concerns. And
That'll be
Mr.
fine.
Parks'
That's fine.
request, and Mr. Weezar concurs with that. Am I correct, without objection?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could come back next week, ask more questions, but again, realizing that we've...
Great.
Yes, Mr.
I think we're all saying the same thing.
May I, Madam President?
Mr. Weiss?
You know, the department put a significant amount of time and effort into producing the after-action report that we viewed today. I think everybody agrees that it is far from the final word. Far from the final word. But, you know, a substantial amount of effort went into getting us to this stage. Over the course of the next week, I don't think it's realistic to expect any substantial additions to what we heard presented today, nor is it likely that there's going to be any action in terms of the other investigations that are going on. I thought what I heard earlier was Mr. Weezar's motion that would then require a 30-day status report, which I think is reasonable and appropriate and gives an amount of time in which maybe there can be a change in status that actually could be reported. But I'm not sure what purpose would be served by going through the same exercise we just did today a week from now, other than having the exercise. So my recommendation would be that we stick with Mr. Weezar's original motion with its first modification.
Madam President,
Excuse me, Mr. Zine, let me direct a question. Mr. Weezar, it's my understanding that you were willing to modify your motion so that we can have an interim report next week?
Well,
is that still a stand?
No. My motion was to continue it with an interim or status report in 30 days. But I leave it up to the co-chairs, should they want to stay with that, or if they want to come back. If we do come back next week, I would recommend, a 20-minute at the most, because there's 3 people on the queue. I would suggest we even take it today. I mean,
Mr. Reyes?
Madam President, maybe we should just put this for a vote. We have one motion that says we do it in 30 days. If the majority says yes, that's the action. If it says no, then obviously we'll end up doing it next week, and then from there we'll vote again to see when we want the report back. But let's just put it for a vote in order to close this discussion.
That's great. I believe we have 2 motions that are pending. One motion is to continue the matter for 30 days, and the second motion is to have an interim report next week. Mr. Parks, yes?
I think there's confusion. No one's asking for an interim report next week. We're saying we want to finish our questions on what was presented today. We're not asking for new information. We're not asking for new information. We're not asking for a new report. It's to finish the questions that we didn't get to today. So we want to continue it to next week. Then Mr. Weezar could ask for his interim report or whatever else deals with the report. We just want to finish the discussion so we can go through this list of questions that many of us did not get to ask.
That's clear. What we'll do is is there any objection to continuing the questioning till next week? There is, okay. So we'll take a vote on that first, and then we will deal with the interim report, okay? We still have other speakers on the queue. Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Zine, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Parks, Mr. Reyes. Would anybody like to chime in on this? Mr. Cardenas?
On the original when they were here, yes. I think those cues are from the previous, and they've since left. So maybe we need to...
So if nobody else wishes to be heard on that, we'll take those 2 votes. Is anybody wants to be heard?
So there's 2 issues, correct?
Sorry?
There's 2 issues. One is next week.
One is to continue questioning next week, and then the second is on the interim report.
Right.
Okay? 30 days. First one will be just on continuing this.
The discussion.
Yes, Ms. Han.
What does the interim report expected to do? Is it supposed to answer the questions that were not answered today?
If I could answer that, Mr.
Sure,
President.
Mr. Weezar.
I want to know what we're trying to get.
We hope that between now and 30 days, we have additional information from the police department, Chief Bratton, and the task force that was created by the President Garcetti. We're going to have more public hearings. So we'll come back to full council to give a report on what we've heard, what has been presented, and if a final report has been submitted, we'll listen to the final report. We asked Chief Bratton when the final report will be done. He said couldn't give a ballpark figure. I don't want to leave the public hanging without knowing when we're to come back.
And us hanging as well is, I don't know if you all felt it, but I felt like not one of my questions was answered today. So we're going to have another week of more questions, which is not helpful unless they're being answered. So, hopefully this interim report not only will take into effect the task force, but our questions that we asked today, and that sounds like some of you want to keep asking next week, are they going to be answered? Because if not, what's the point of?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Zine on this?
If you recall, when this motion was made, it was about the police commission coming forward, and it was modified and it was approved that we have the incident commander and those individuals at that site come forward and answer questions. They weren't here today. We need to have those folks here so the questions that Ms. Hahn has and I have, they can answer those questions. We need them here next week, as well as getting all these questions, and then they can come back with their report and come forward with the resolve. But right now, we've got a number of unanswered questions. They didn't follow on that motion to bring the people who were involved in the command level to this body, and we're still waiting for them. So we can continue it next week, we can have that, and we can get this done.
Okay. Mr. Parks on this?
No, I agree, and I think that one thing I'd like to clarify, just for legal issues and also for credibility, just so people know that Lou Gray, as people used his name over and over again, did not give the order in DNC to use munitions, nor was it accurate in the paper that he gave it at the October 22nd event in front of Parker Center. So those are two pieces of information that are inaccurate, and I would like not for us to leave today with that misinformation.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Yes, Mr. Labange?
Here?
Yes, sorry?
You have 11
Yes,
members
we
here?
do.
I have 200 public
Yes.
in the committee. Could I run out?
You absolutely can. You're excused,
I
Mr.
support
Labange.
the airport designee for the...
All right, good. That's one pre-vote, but unfortunately under our rules, it'll have to be an informal vote. Mr. Weezer.
Much. I just want to point out, the purpose of creating a task force is to have an avenue, a forum by which we have a more in-depth conversation about the investigations. If we lay all this out here preliminarily before even getting more information, what's the point of assigning a task force? So I support the right of people and council members to ask the questions, because we need to direct the people who presented today with, look, we're not getting all the answers we need, but to really vet everything out, to bring other additional personnel here and have a more full-blown presentation at this point, which it seems to me that department wasn't ready to present today, I suggest we not even have a task force. So if that's the case. But I do support people, if they didn't ask their questions today, go ahead and ask them. But to have a full-blown conversation, we might as well not have a task force.
One last point of information, colleague. The task force has been agendized as a council meeting when we did a special council meeting, and all of our committee meetings and task force meetings pursuant to our own council rules, it's actually in the council rules, are open to all council members to attend and to ask questions as well. It's just a point of information. I'm not pushing people one way or the other. Mr. Reyes?
And I just want to emphasize that we heard one perspective today. That was the LAPD's perspective. It's not the only perspective. There's many other issues. That will continue if this body chooses to digest what we heard today and deal with those questions at the task force. So I have no problems continuing this for 30 days. Saying that, I think this body should decide, those who did not ask questions today, they want to continue that for next week, let the vote decide. If this body chooses not to do that, you still have those questions available to you to make at the task force. It's the will of this body.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, do you want to?
Echo what Mr. Reyes says. We trusted Mr. Reyes to chair this committee with Mr. Wesson and Mr. Weezer to look into what happened. Pardon me? Or whoever.
With Mr. Weiss.
I'm sorry. Mr. Wesson.
Weiss and Wesson, it's almost spelled the same. Mr. Weissen.
Mr. Weiss, Mr. Weezer. We trusted them to conduct these hearings, to explore the issue. We had a presentation today. It was a presentation today. Everybody, the chief sat here for over 3.5 hours. You had your chance to ask questions. If you didn't, that commission should continue to go forward, explore the issue. As any one of us have the right to go to that meeting and present those questions, go to the meeting. That's what they're supposed to be doing for us. We trusted them to do that. They did a brilliant job, I think, in bringing this forward today and started the discussion. But the discussion's not over. Let them do their job. Mr. Parks, you had a chance to ask questions. You didn't. Go to the meeting.
Thank you.
You were on the queue. We called for a public hearing after 3 hours, and you didn't object. So now we say, let's move it back to the special committee where it belongs. Let them explore the issue. We're going to get this all back. You're going to get one more chance at this. That's the proper way to do it. That's what the rules of the council are. Let's just follow what we set out as the vision of this council to explore this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
let me just ask the point of order. It's my understanding that if we're getting ready to lose a quorum, that is the only reason that we didn't get the chance to ask our questions. No one called for a continuance except for the loss of a quorum. And normally, when we have a loss of a quorum, whatever we're discussing moves to the next council day. And so I don't see any different here why we would be voting on an incomplete matter that we have before us, because we've not called for the question to cease, to stop the discussion. It's more than appropriate, and I think we all have constituencies that are looking at Channel 35 who will not get a chance to hear the committee and have interest in what they think the council is doing. Also, I think it helps the police department formulate their report if we ask questions and not be satisfied in 30 days they come back and say, you didn't answer these 14 things. Well, we didn't ask those 14 things. So I think the issue is we need to continue it to get our questions answered like we do any other item. It's an issue of losing a quorum is the reason we've not resolved it. We're willing to sit here all day if a quorum's here. We don't have that alternative.
Okay.
So the issue I'm saying is that if we move it to a future date so we can finish the discussion, so that we can help formulate the report when it comes back, that is in all of our interests, not our interest of going to a committee where we don't get the opportunity to express our views in open council.
Okay. Any other members wishing to be heard on this, Mr. Zine?
I want to say that this is a very serious matter. I haven't gone to the meetings that have been held in the community. I didn't plan to go to those. I plan to ask my questions here, which is, I think, the appropriate body that we can ask. I support and recommend that people attend the task force, but my schedule doesn't permit me to attend that within the communities. So I think it's appropriate that we continue this. So questions, that all of us are on the queue, have questions that need to be answered, and that we continue that, whether it be next Wednesday or whenever, and we ask the issue on the motion that the people who were at that scene in leadership be here to answer questions so they can complete that in their final report. That'll come before this body.
Okay. All right. Ms. Perry?
Well, call a
Okay.
question.
We've
To the
called a question.
questions.
There's no objection. There's nobody else on the queue right now. We have two votes. One is to continue this item until it was proposed for Wednesday. Is that correct? Next Wednesday. And then the second vote will be on the interim report to come back in another 30 days. Is that right, Mr. Huizar? Just to clarify?
Yes, but if the first motion passes, the second one's moot, correct?
No. I mean, people could still have questions answered, and at the end of that
Oh, okay.
30-day
Yeah,
report.
come back. Well, the motion was to continue the item and give direction that the final report be given to the task force, and that the task force provide a 30-day interim report along with the police department to the full council. And I do want to add that that also includes the Inspector General report.
Did you want that to go first to the task force and then come to council, or you want it to come straight to council?
Go to the task force.
Okay,
and then to
so
council.
30 days, task force.
30 days.
Okay. So we will take the first one first, which is whether or not to continue this item until Wednesday to resume questioning. That is the first vote. This is to continue. 1 week. Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, that will be continued to Wednesday. The second vote is on the report back, which will go to the task force in 30 days for another update, and then come to council. Please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved as well. Next item, I know Mr. Fuhrer, our assembly member and former colleague, has been very patient here in council chambers, and we've had a motion to move him. I know we have two important items, his and the confirmation of our new LAWA director nominee. I've been requested to take this item out of order. Mr. Smith, is there any objection to that? Seeing none, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to present to you a former member of this body who guarantees me this won't take 3 hours. This will take about 2 minutes at the most.
We'll vote on continuing it afterwards.
Yeah, we're going to move it to committee next week. We're bringing this forward. Assembly Bill 904 is a very important bill, I believe, for the city of LA as we try to clean up our neighborhoods, clean up our community, clean up our water from the effect of plastic bags, plastic throwaways, from the fast food industry that are really blighting our communities. Assemblymember Feuer has introduced a bill that will significantly help us in that effort, and I would like to turn it over the remaining of my time to Assemblymember Feuer. Assemblyman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Mr. President, members of the City Council, I flew down today because I am urging you to join in supporting AB 904. As Mr. Smith indicated, AB 904 has one basic goal, and that's to phase out the use of takeout food containers that can't be recycled or composted. As I think we know, all of us, these takeout food containers, plastic, styrofoam, that sort of thing, are a major source of debris in our landfills, and it is causing our landfills to fill up much more rapidly than they should. Currently, 2/3 of these takeout food containers end up in landfills, and that's despite the fact that the Waste Management Board has opined that 3/4 of these could easily be diverted from the waste stream right now. They're also a major source of litter. 20% of our litter, as much as 27% actually, is attributed just to takeout food containers. And we know, those of you who represent districts that have any water in them know where those takeout food containers end up. They're a major source of marine debris, and they're a major contributor to the TMDL problem that every city faces and is under the gun to try to deal with at very high expense. The California Ocean Protection Council issued a number of recommendations on how to deal with marine debris, and this issue of takeout food containers in particular. My bill builds on those recommendations and basically calls for the following things. And with this, I'll conclude because your agenda has lasted a long time today. One, it calls for takeout food containers, effective 2010, to be recyclable or compostable either in the district where the business is located or in 60% of the households in the state, either one. That's to take account of the fact that there are some small jurisdictions which may not have the capacity to recycle at that point, but at the same time there are businesses that need to do their work. So either your jurisdiction has it in place or 60% of the state has it in place. By 2012, the requirement ups up a little bit. It increases to the requirement that in those jurisdictions, 25% of the takeout food containers are actually recycled. Now, the bill has enjoyed support in the Assembly. We appreciated very much Mr. Smith flying up to Sacramento to testify in the committee that this first went to and from which it has emerged. This bill is going to be heard on the Assembly floor in the next 10 days or so, and it's very important the City of Los Angeles weigh in support. With that, I'll conclude and ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Smith, continue, and then Mr. Weezer and Mr. Rosendahl.
Okay, you want, Ms. Rosendahl, now I can close? Yeah.
First,
Weezer.
Yeah, Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Feuer. I want to commend you and thank you for moving this forward. And this actually is in elite. It complies, not it complies, but it runs parallel with a lot what the city is doing here with the ad hoc river committee that Ed Reyes is chairing. And I like the phased-in approach, which allows people to eventually move into this. Oftentimes, people are so reluctant for a new policy to take place because they say, we can't do it, but the phased-in approach really helps, and it's going to go a long way to protecting our wildlife, our health, and our billion-dollar ocean economy. So thank you so much for this, and hopefully this moves forward. Thanks.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, and you know the Bryona Creek, which is part of my district, I was there with a bunch of environmentalists the other day cleaning out a lot of that garbage that just keeps coming from everywhere into the system. Do you feel comfortable that the phase-in, phase-out process will protect the businesses enough that they will find other forms of packaging and wrapping? And are there other forms out there that can substitute for these non-biodegradable,
It is a great question, Mr. Rosendahl. It's a great question. Bottom line is this. The majority of takeout food packaging now is paperboard that is plastic coated, and that is recyclable in jurisdictions throughout the state of California. We can continue to move in the direction of using that material, among others, and it's available pervasively right now.
So the styrofoam business, which is another real big problem, can we get rid of that?
I think that's styrofoam. One of two things will happen with styrofoam. Ideally, its use will be phased out completely. There may be some jurisdictions which will recycle styrofoam, and either way, we'll be keeping it out of the marine ecosystem and out of our landfills.
Great, and I really applaud you with your leadership up in Sacramento. We could use you back here again, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. We have one public speaker card. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on this item.
Thank you very much. Just
Sure.
real quick, will beverage containers be included in this recycling bin, and packing styrofoam peanuts? Just two quick items. Would they also be included as a phase-out under the bill? Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm happy to answer
Sure. Mr. Fuhrer.
the gentleman's question. The answer is that takeout food containers, including beverage containers, would be included. By contrast, the what he called the peanuts that are used for packing are not included in the ambit of this bill because this pertains to food containers.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Smith?
And I ask the council's concurrence that this is a bill that we want to support. I was in Sacramento on my own, not on behalf of the city, but I very much support the bill. Just to point out also that for those listening and for those in the council may not know this, the City of LA is signing a contract right now to begin recycling of these clamshells and other packaging containers. And so the City of LA is actually going to start accepting this very shortly in our blue bins. And so we will be in full compliance with the bill, but there's other cities that aren't doing it. And so we're going to be the first city in California actually be putting that in our recycling bins and to encouraging participation. And I think we'll be very happy to see this carried out throughout the state of California. So thank you very much. Urge your support.
Thank you. That is our last comment from council members. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved and without objection forthwith. Thank you very much, Assemblymember. Pleasure to see you back in chambers. Thank you very much. Next item, please. Confirmation. Got a very patient nominee. It's like this every day here. So why don't you come forward, and I'd like to recognize the chair of our TCT committee, Councilwoman Hahn.
Mr. President, colleagues, I know the hour is somewhat late, and we've had such a major discussion this morning on a very critical issue. And it's unfortunate that Ms. Gina Marie Lindsay comes at this point in our meeting, because I know a lot of us are tired, but I hope you'll take the opportunity to talk to her, to ask questions that you may have concern. Gina Marie is the mayor's nominee to become the next general manager of LAWA, and I've had several opportunities to meet with her, to ask questions. I was able to sit in on the interview process that the mayor underwent to select the next person. And I will tell you, I rise today in complete support. I have great enthusiasm and confidence that Gina Marie Lindsay really is the woman to lead LAWA into the future. And while LAWA is not just LAX, we have other airports, certainly a lot of the attention and focus we have is on LAX. And in my opinion, as chair of this committee, we're at a very critical point in the history of LAWA, particularly at LAX, in terms of continued security with our airport police, certainly safety of the airline industry and passengers flying in and out of LAX. But really, we're at a point in terms of our modernization of that airport. We've gone through several mayors, several plans, several airport commissions, and yet we're still, we have a facility that is certainly outdated and certainly is not the kind of modern airport that would speak of Los Angeles and us being an international city. And so in my conversations with Gina Marie, I feel like she is aware of our issues, comes with great experience, she comes with a great perspective on our issues and our problems, and she has a very delicate path that she will have to walk, always remembering the relationship that we have with our neighbors, particularly in Bill's district, the Westchester area, our neighboring city of El Segundo. But more importantly, we've got an airline industry that is looking to us, is watching us, and waiting to see whether or not we begin to modernize that airport. We build the contact gates that are going to be required to service the next generation of large aircrafts. And I think Gina Marie Lindsay is an excellent choice of the mayor. I think she absolutely will lead us in to the next decade as we begin to to grapple with security, safety, and modernization of LAX. So I wholeheartedly support her, and I ask for all of you to give her an aye vote today. But don't let the late hour prevent you from asking her questions that you have concern about the airport. And I know my colleague Bill Rosendahl is very concerned in who leads LAWA, and I know he has some questions and comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have Alan Rothenberg here, who's the president of the commission, who's done a fine job leading that commission and participated in the process that Ms. Hahn and I participated in the selection that the mayor made. The mayor has made excellent selections on his general managers and his leadership team. Gina Marie is one of those excellent selections. But let me ask you a few questions, Gina Marie. Regionalism, regionalism, regionalism is where we in Southern California need to go. It's not expansion of LAX, it's modernization of LAX, but it's regionalism. The reason is, frankly, the gridlock we experience in Southern California is intolerable. And airlines historically don't care how you get to the gate as long as you get to the gate. We do on the ground. It's too much to put everything into LAX. What are your thoughts about regionalism? How do you see LAWA's role with Ontario and Palmdale and other cities and counties in this region stepping up to the plate?
Well, I think the happy circumstance here is that the region already has airfields that exist. And there is a great opportunity, I think, for us to diversify and encourage traffic to go elsewhere. It's always a delicate balance, like most things are with airports. We've got to make it economically viable for the air carriers, but we have to recognize that one airfield isn't going to solve the problems for LA anymore.
Mm-hmm. One of the great challenges for you will be working with the community groups around, especially LAX. Share with us your experience in Seattle and the issues there and the techniques you used and actually the talents that you brought to the table.
There were several communities that abutted the airport in Seattle. A few of the communities opted to pursue litigation, but we were at the table to negotiate settlement agreements with the other communities, and indeed, over the course of a couple of years, we're able to pound out memoranda of understandings that were beneficial for the community and allowed the airport to go ahead with some of its expansion. So it created actually a better synergy between the community and the airport than existed before.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to be holding a town hall meeting on the 5th of June to bring the Westchester and Playa del Rey people together to hear from your new staff, the LAWA staff, some of their thoughts and some of their ideas. But you mentioned in the interview with me that one of the things that you take very seriously is listening to community. Explain that, how that works.
Well, I'm a big believer in communication. Inherently, airports are not the best neighbors in the world. We certainly do create noise, and the communities around the airports have to have very important interests that have to be incorporated into the plan for the airport operation, the airport development. The only way we can do that compatibly is to listen very well to what the community priorities are and then be able to try to weave together a puzzle of airport interests and community interests that can give everybody at least the major elements of what they want.
And I wish you the best of success because there's been many years and $150 million, if I'm not mistaken, on studies done, and there's been right hand, left hand, and really we've been paralyzed. There hasn't been that kind of leadership. We look forward to your leadership, working with the communities, look forward to the regionalism, and we're delighted to have you on board. And I recommend colleagues that we unanimously approve her for this position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, there's 2 votes so far. We'll now turn to Mr. Parks, who is our next speaker.
Close on the Devin Brown. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to welcome you here and certainly heard great things about you from the mayor. I just have a couple of issues. In the 8th District, we're on the east side of the airport, and just a couple of concerns that the community has about the airport. There seems only to be a concern for El Segundo, Westchester, and the surrounding areas, and people kind of forget the farther you're away from the airport, the planes still fly over as a flight path over the 8th, 9th, and the north part of the 15th. And people kind of forget that as it relates to noise and dealing with the issues of the environment and our schools being under the flight path. So we'd like to make sure you put that on your list of ensuring that those other districts that are not just the close neighbor of the airport are getting considerations. We're also very concerned that there's been a back and forth as to the community outreach position. We certainly endorse that. It's taken months and months to get resolved, but that's the position our communities relate to understand what the airport is doing. And so as soon as that position become activated, it basically approved and accepted, and they're out in the field, it's going to benefit all of us because they are the people, that's the person, that's the visible face of the airport in the communities that are not immediately at the airport. And the third issue is the area of employment and non-aviation jobs. During the review of the airport plan, there was a community benefit package that talked about kinds of jobs that are available to the community. And with that, there was a discussion, something in the neighborhood of about $1.5 million split 2 or 3 different ways in order for people in non-aviation jobs to get employment. Because FAA rejected that, those jobs in that program has kind of gone to the wayside. But in that community benefit package, there was a statement that LAWA, if FAA did not approve it, LAWA would contribute at least $200,000 a year in order to have these kinds of concerns about employment. We'd like, if FAA has finally made their decision not to support the larger figure, then we'd hope that LAWA would come back with their commitment so we can at least begin to have some form of attraction and employment for those who are in non-aviation jobs on the airport. So those are our 3 issues in the 8th District, and although Ms. Perry's here, I think it covers a good deal of her concerns in the 9th because we are the flight path pattern districts. But again, if you're not close to the airport, many people view that you're not impacted. And we are. A lot of traffic goes through our community to get to the airport, not only for flights, but also for people that are doing the construction. And so we are impacted a great deal, and we just like you to view to the east and those provinces out there and how they're impacted by the workload, the construction, and the employment at the airport as relates to our districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, to be followed by Mr. Huizar.
Hi, Ms. Marine.
Hello.
Congratulations on your nomination, and
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you. One of the things that we often do when talking about the airport is forget that this is a system of airports.
Indeed.
And in fact, there are 4 airports that are joined here. One of my concerns over the many years that I've been affiliated with the City of Los Angeles is that we are not maximizing the potential of the other 3 airports. And while we've had some advances at Ontario and that Van Nuys is a general aviation airport, particularly Palmdale strikes me as an underutilized facility that when the system was envisioned and created, I believe that those people that envisioned it and created the system, as opposed to just having one airport, envisioned that we would need to maximize those airports as time went on. So the question is, what are you going to do about expanding the use of Palmdale to mitigate against the concentration of uses at LAX in particular, but also Van Nuys and Ontario?
Well, I can't give you a specific answer yet since I really don't know the specific issues. I am happy to be part of the first flight, commercial flights going out of there in a while, next week. And my sense is that there is going to be a way to concentrate some of the activity at LAX to provide the air service that no other airport can provide, and take the short-haul flights and encourage them through economic means, through operational incentives, that kind of thing, for some of those ancillary airports to be used more by commercial carriers.
Okay. Okay, I look forward to working with you to expand operations at Palmdale, both for passenger service as well as transporting goods. I think that the city has moved far too slow with regard to mitigating the problems that we have at LAX and thereby on every freeway that connects to it, as well as taking advantage of the opportunities that Palmdale provides.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep down my questioning probably to about an hour, but no, welcome. I look forward to working with you. A lot has been asked, and from what I've heard and read, and I see that you have a large vision, a very good vision for the airport, and look forward to talking to you about the many issues there, and look forward to working with my friend Bill Rosenthal over there as we continue to make LAX the great, efficient airport we know it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker on the queue. So, moment of truth. Let's take the vote. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank
Welcome
you.
aboard. Great to have you here. We'll send that forthwith to the mayor. And we do have a special one, if we can take that up right now. Let's take the special one first. On the findings, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. President. Last night, Karina Michelle was murdered near the corner of 63rd Street and Main Street. Immediate action is required to offer a reward to assist in arresting and convicting the suspect, and thus removing this danger to the community as soon as possible. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you. Let's open the roll on the findings, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, anybody wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on the item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
We'll send that forthwith if there's no objection. If we can take up item 23 next.
Item 23 was called special for cards from the public.
Mr. Sachs?
Good afternoon, council members. As I addressed you earlier this morning regarding Metro's policy with its construction authorities, here we have Metro creating a study for Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. Why Metro? Why not what is a county transportation authority addressing regarding disadvantaged business enterprises? What's the price, what's the cost of the study that Metro is going to initiate? The city of LA is ready to put out a check for $225,000 if there's no cost associated with Metro studies. Why isn't Housing, Community, and Economic Development looking into the Business Enterprise Program for the Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program? What about audits and governmental efficiency? It doesn't make sense, especially since I can't get an answer about Metro's policy regarding its construction authorities, why the city would want to go ahead and give them a blank, why not just give them a blank check instead of just authorizing $225,000? Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Parks?
Let me just clarify one thing, Mr. President. The motion doesn't require funding. It's asking to study the issue of a request from MTA. The MTA is doing the diversity study based on a court decision and giving governmental entities the ability to set goals or preferences as they do in selecting RFPs and contracts. So many of our city departments are under the larger study done by Caltrans. It is our belief that LADOT is not under that study, and so we're evaluating exactly whether there's an impact, or positive or negative, as to the city being involved. The one thing I'd like to make a verbal motion on that particular item and ask for 30 days return on that study.
Okay. 30 days return to committee? Or, Mr. Parks, to committee?
Yes.
Or to council? Okay. 30 days to committee. If there's no objection, that'll be a friendly amendment. Let's go ahead and open the roll on 23. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next order of business, please.
Motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
That clears the desk.
Okay. Any excuses on the desk? Nothing? Okay.
No, we don't.
Okay. Colleagues, announcements. I know that the Arts Parks Health and Aging Committee is meeting right now in Griffith Park, so folks who are tuning in can certainly go over there, and Mr. Labange is co-hosting that with Ms. Perry, both Energy and Environment and Arts Parks Health and Aging Committees. Other announcements? Ms. Hahn, do you have an announcement? Mr. Weezer? Announcements? No. Mr. Park? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Cardenas, we have a 3:30 still on schedule, correct, for ad hoc on gangs? Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, the gangs,
Gangs is still on time, 3:30? Okay, thanks.
ad hoc gangs will meet in 1 hour. And Mr. Parks?
Announcements. First one is the Black Music Month celebration kicks off on Sunday, June the 3rd at the African American Museum in Exposition Park. Starts at 11 a.m. Program begins at 1 p.m. Also, the Hollywood Black Film Festival will be holding a workshop on business procurement and dealing with the entertainment industry, and that will be Saturday, June the 9th, 9 a.m. to 12 at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel, 9876 Wilshire Boulevard.
Thank you. Any other announcements, colleagues? If not, Mr. Zine, you have an announcement?
Remind our viewers, we'll be in the San Fernando Valley on Friday, and our council meeting will be held at the Valley City Hall this coming Friday, starting at 10 a.m.
And I think we'll be welcoming, with Mr. Cardenas, we'll be bringing in Nobel Peace Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú. We'll be there.
Very good.
As the Feria de Libros, the book fair that will be happening beforehand. Did you want to? Okay, great.
So Mr. Cardenas will be hosting all members of the public at Van Nuys City Hall on Friday.
CD6.
In Van Nuys City Hall at 8:30, there'll be a breakfast before the actual council meeting.
Breakfast for all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll just bring
You
in
don't sound too sure.
We'll just keep
It is
bringing
now, so good. All right, if I can please ask everybody to rise for adjourning motions. If I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise. Thank you. Colleagues, for Mr. Labange, I ask today that we adjourn in memory of Shirley Abella, who passed away recently. She is survived by her son and daughter, that's one of the adjournment tributes. There's no other information, but we'll get some more as well from Mr. Labange. A second one, Councilmember Labange asked that we adjourn today in memory also of Gretchen Weiler, who passed away on Sunday. She was an actress who had a successful Broadway musical career, dedicated her efforts and her success to preventing cruelty to animals and protecting animals. The American Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals made her its first female board member in 1971. She sat on the board of directors for the Fund for Animals, and she was vice chairman until 1991, when she founded the animal rights group, the ARC Trust. She also created the Genesis Awards, which I know many of us are familiar with. It recognized the media and entertainment industries for incorporating animal protection themes into their work. And Gretchen Weiler is survived by her sister Peggy Hansen and a brother, Lou Weinecke. May she rest in peace. Are there adjourning motions? Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn today in memory of a great woman. Her name was Joy Dow, and she just passed away recently, May 18th, in her home. And Joy was one of those great community democratic grassroots activists in all senses of the word. Since I've known her for many, many years. She was always confined to a wheelchair. But Joy was always one of those that would volunteer in anybody's campaign. She was the one that would sit there and be on the phone banks and would write the notes and would organize the campaign office. She was president of the Democratic Women's Study Club of Long Beach. And every year, without fail, Joy would organize the Great American Democratic Picnic in August in a park in Long Beach. And people running for governor, for state senator, for council member, for mayor, for state legislative offices would come to that picnic. And it was just kind of one of those old-fashioned, great democratic picnics, and anyone that wanted to be elected in office would show up at Joy's picnic. We're going to miss her a lot. She's was actually served in the Women's Air Force Service Pilot, a WASP, during World War II, and she's survived by her sons, Chris and David, her daughter, Kathy, and her grandchildren, Courtney, Ashley, Whitney, AJ, and Sarah. She got a lot of people elected to office, and there was no job too big or too small for Joy. And even though, like I said, she was confined to a wheelchair, she had the best attitude and the positive attitude, and just always felt it was important to work hard to get good people elected to office. We will miss you, Joy.
Thank you very much. There was a third adjourning tribute, for Mr. Labange, for Dorothy Ziegler as well, who recently passed away and is survived by her daughter Sandy, married to James Iwanoff. May she rest in peace as well. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Again, we will next meet in Van Nuys City Hall this Friday. That is the first of the month, Van Nuys City Hall, 10 a.m. We look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you all very much. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.